Middle East and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026. More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set. It's time to find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
Two players to be able to...
This is it! A 12-57!
Grab your shovels, because it's time to go treasure hunting! In the Lost Treasure event, you'll explore special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in. Just drop by every day to claim login rewards. And if you keep logging in for several days, a big prize will be waiting for you. In Battle Royale, you might find special treasure maps in major areas on the map. You can also buy them from vending machines. Picking up a treasure map starts a team-wide mission that marks a treasure spot on the mini-map. You can only hold a few treasure maps at a time, so make them count. Head to the marked spot to dig. Some are regular rewards that every teammate can claim after one of you uncovers the treasure. Others reveal a path to the hidden sunken chamber. Go down the tunnel to grab rare loot like the revival pod, which can revive a teammate from anywhere. So keep your eyes sharp and your shovel ready.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026, the biggest year in Free Fire esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026. More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set. It's time to find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
Two players to be able
A 12-27.
Grab your shovels, because it's time to go treasure hunting! In the Lost Treasure event, you'll explore special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in. Just drop by every day to claim login rewards. And if you keep logging in for several days, a big prize will be waiting for you. In Battle Royale, you might find special treasure maps in major areas on the map. You can also buy them from vending machines. Picking up a treasure map starts a team-wide mission that marks a treasure spot on the mini-map. You can only hold a few treasure maps at a time, so make them count. Head to the marked spot to dig. Some are regular rewards that every teammate can claim after one of you uncovers the treasure. Others reveal a path to the hidden sunken chamber. Go down the tunnel to grab rare loot like the revival pod, which can revive a teammate from anywhere. So keep your eyes sharp and your shovel ready.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026, the biggest year in Free Fire esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026. More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set. It's time to find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
Two players to be able
This is it! A 12-27!
Grab your shovels, because it's time to go treasure hunting! In the Lost Treasure event, you'll explore special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in. Just drop by every day to claim login rewards. And if you keep logging in for several days, a big prize will be waiting for you. In Battle Royale, you might find special treasure maps in major areas on the map. You can also buy them from vending machines. Picking up a treasure map starts a team-wide mission that marks a treasure spot on the mini-map. You can only hold a few treasure maps at a time, so make them count. Head to the marked spot to dig. Some are regular rewards that every teammate can claim after one of you uncovers the treasure. Others reveal a path to the hidden sunken chamber. Go down the tunnel to grab rare loot like the revival pod, which can revive a teammate from anywhere. So keep your eyes sharp and your shovel ready.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026, the biggest year in Free Fire esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026. More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set. It's time to find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
Two players to be able
This is it! A squad of these
Grab your shovels, because it's time to go treasure hunting! In the Lost Treasure event, you'll explore special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in. Just drop by every day to claim login rewards. And if you keep logging in for several days, a big prize will be waiting for you. In Battle Royale, you might find special treasure maps in major areas on the map. You can also buy them from vending machines. Picking up a treasure map starts a team-wide mission that marks a treasure spot on the mini-map. You can only hold a few treasure maps at a time, so make them count. Head to the marked spot to dig. Some are regular rewards that every teammate can claim after one of you uncovers the treasure. Others reveal a path to the hidden sunken chamber. Go down the tunnel to grab rare loot like the revival pod, which can revive a teammate from anywhere. So keep your eyes sharp and your shovel ready.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026, the biggest year in Free Fire esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026. More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set. It's time to find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
Two players to be able to...
This is it! A squad of these
Grab your shovels, because it's time to go treasure hunting! In the Lost Treasure event, you'll explore special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in. Just drop by every day to claim login rewards. And if you keep logging in for several days, a big prize will be waiting for you. In Battle Royale, you might find special treasure maps in major areas on the map. You can also buy them from vending machines. Picking up a treasure map starts a team-wide mission that marks a treasure spot on the mini-map. You can only hold a few treasure maps at a time, so make them count. Head to the marked spot today. Some are regular rewards that every teammate can claim after one of you uncovers the treasure. Others reveal a path to the hidden sunken chamber. Go down the tunnel to grab rare loot like the revival pod, which can revive a teammate from anywhere. So keep your eyes sharp and your shovel ready.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026, the biggest year in Free Fire esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026. More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set. It's time to find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
Two players to be able
This is it! A 12-17!
Grab your shovels, because it's time to go treasure hunting! In the Lost Treasure event, you'll explore special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in. Just drop by every day to claim login rewards. And if you keep logging in for several days, a big prize will be waiting for you. In Battle Royale, you might find special treasure maps in major areas on the map. You can also buy them from vending machines. Picking up a treasure map starts a team-wide mission that marks a treasure spot on the mini-map. You can only hold a few treasure maps at a time, so make them count. Head to the marked spot to dig. Some are regular rewards that every teammate can claim after one of you uncovers the treasure. Others reveal a path to the hidden sunken chamber. Go down the tunnel to grab rare loot like the revival pod, which can revive a teammate from anywhere. So keep your eyes sharp and your shovel ready.
keep their championship dreams alive. The reigning champions, AG, start shaky in the lower bracket, but are slowly regaining their confidence. Meanwhile, WAG remains unpredictable, capable of brilliance or collapse at any moment. The road to the trophy narrows here, and these are the battles you don't want to miss.
ก็ WAG ทั้งทีมครับในทัวร์นี้ก็เดี๋ยวเราเจอกันครับ
Mình muốn thi đấu hết mình vì những đồng đội, vì fan hâm mộ và khẳng định lại vị thế của WAG.
The stage is set for EVOS versus Esports. EVOS, the 2025 EWC champions, carry the weight of a legendary legacy, while Esports fights with hunger. Will EVOS assert their dominance, or is Esports ready to topple the beast?
Họ là một đội tuyển lâu đời nhất của Indo, sở hữu lượng fan rất là khổng lồ, nhưng họ chưa bao giờ từng vô địch giải quốc tế nào cả.
Esports, kemarin kita latihan sempat kena bantai. Enggak, karena kita nyimpen strategi mahal.
The tide can turn in an instant in the tournament today. Make sure you don't miss a single second. Later today, the mystery will be revealed and a new battle for survival begins. Who will make it to the next stage? Contenders will rise, the underdogs will fight tooth and nail, and only the strongest will prevail. Who will advance to the lower bracket finals? Clash Masters begins now.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages, welcome to the Free Fire Clash Masters Southeast Asia 2026 Spring. Today, we are at day 2 of our elimination stage. Yesterday, we got rid of 2 teams. Today, more eliminations await us. And of course, to bring you all of this action, your 2 casters for the day, my brother Gideon Q, and of course, myself, the Mustachio AJ, here to entertain all of you.
Good to have you back on the desk, Mustachio, because yesterday was really, really explosive, right? Again, obviously seeing some teams like AG, for example, going into the lower bracket is always a fun time, but to see them continue to perform afterwards really shows that they've got hearts of champions here. But the underdogs in the lower brackets, maybe, who knows, today could be full of surprises as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's exactly what we are all gathered for today here, to see if or not these teams can surprise us at the lower brackets. There were a couple of teams who obviously we expected to reach out a little bit further in the competition. Yesterday, unfortunately, we just had to go with the Civil War storyline, right? RRQ versus EVOS. We know exactly who survived that one. RRQ, unfortunately, did not make it through. Valiant effort, though. It went to a 2-1 scoreline. We have a best of 3, which is definitely still a blessing. But teams need to be able to fight for that opportunity of the third match, right? That sudden death where you have to go all the way. Will today's matches be such as well? Or, of course, will we get those 2-0s? You'll see our predictions in a little bit as well. I think today is going to be a fairly challenging day for some of these teams. Do you think, on the other hand, it's going to be a little fast, Gideon?
I think that for today, it really depends, right? I think that the AG game in particular might be the fastest one. The following one could be fast. It could be slow. Because again, some of these teams, especially here in the lower brackets, they don't follow their fundamentals to a T every single time. But they've got strong plans. And that's exactly why I'm excited to see this match. Because if we look at the lower bracket, this is the story of a lifetime. The fact that AG is here is shocking to begin with. But there's also BRU and Falcons in the upper bracket. So don't worry, we'll eventually get to that on a different day. But for now, we look at the lowers.
Yeah, and the team that caused them to get kicked out into the lower bracket, you could say, was WAG, because they did beat them in the group stage. If that was not the case, if AG had won that, they would have taken the upper bracket run. It would possibly be AG versus Falcons. But of course, we're talking about the world champions for Clash Squad in the lower bracket run. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a sweaty matchup for WAG. The Vietnam team, you know, from all aspects, do look like they're quite ready to take on a strong team of AG, but we'll have to wait and see exactly how that cookie crumbles. Later on, down in another best of 3, we've got EVOS taking on Esports. Let's bring up the schedule so you can see exactly which matches start off first. AG versus WAG, like you pointed out earlier on. And of course, EVOS versus Esports. The winners of these 2 matches will face off in our lower bracket match 7 by the end of the day.
Again, this is going to set set the tone for what the rest of this weekend is going to look like, because Sunday things are going to get explosive as we get closer to that grand finals. And everybody knows that there's a decent amount of money for just being the champion in this entire clash. And I think that who's hungrier? I feel like PE is a little hungrier than EVOS, but based on the performances that we've seen, both yesterday put on a great show. WAG comparatively to EVOS and as well as PE, I don't think they're as hungry.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, if you've got Zaref running amok on the side of PE Esports, it's going to be a fairly easy game for the side of the Vietnamese squad. But we also have to be wary that EVOS has got some scary players on the other side as well. Ray and Cochil, they've been making a lot of frags work for the side of EVOS. It's going to be a clash of these very strong contenders on that front line, right? And of course, if you have got a strong opening fragger, and even better, if you've got a backup sniper to watch you from afar, like what AG does, then of course becoming world champs or becoming the first champions of the Clash Masters isn't going to be as tough. But of course, we also have another aspect, Gideon, which is the meta that the teams are running with. You guys had some wild picks yesterday, man.
We got some really, really wild picks, which is why today I am going with AG, because I feel like this is the time where, because it's the lower brackets, you don't have that extra life. They're going to be playing every match like, all right, we got to win this and we got to win it clean. And we saw what happens between the games for AG, right? They just sit there and make sure, hey, you know what? I'm VOD reviewing, boys. The rest of y'all, you just have a good time. I will make sure we will clean up our mistakes.
Yeah, and I see where you're coming from. Where I don't see you coming from is you think our boys WAG are not going to pull away a single game. I mean, for the sake of the AG fans, I hope you're right. But for the sake of the Vietnamese fans, I sure hope you're wrong. And in fact, for the Vietnamese fans, I hope both of us are wrong in the grand scheme of things. And WAG is just that underdog that makes the run in the lower brackets, right? Wouldn't it be nice for Vietnam to have both PE as well as WAG make it through from these next two matches and then go in a all-out Vietnamese battle to see exactly who is the third team that makes it into tomorrow? It would be nice. It would be fun. It'll be a little bit heartbreaking there as well, Gideon. But what I know is, dude, we are playing for a lot of money, man. Compared to last year's preseason Clash squad versus this year where we've got Clash Masters, we've got so much more on the table to fight for.
Yeah, there's so much. Not only is there so much more on the table, but I think that teams really took this seriously, right? They really made sure that every aspect of the game has been digested and broken down into almost a science. One of them being this team you see up on your screen, All Gamers Global with Du, Cypher, Nameless, and as well as Team SR. Nameless has been a very interesting addition to this lineup, and especially here on Clash Squad, I only see benefits.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And Cypher, the Terminator of the squad, 63 eliminations so far. He's definitely going to be the main carry of the team. Nameless right behind him with the 46 eliminations, looking strong. But what makes the difference for this team is not just that their front lines are strong, even their backup, right? And when I say backup, I don't mean the third guy in the back who's supposed to save the squad. I mean the guy that's watching the action from afar. Their main guy, Du, with 45 eliminations so far in the competition, tons of damage, in the most throughout the whole squad with 33,000 in total. You know for a fact he's going to try to tag you up. And the team that takes them on, WAG with T-Kui, Wang M, Nan 7, as well as X-Bor, trying to see if or not they can get it done against the current world champions of Clash Squad.
And don't get me wrong, WAG has one hell of a chance here. They've got X-Bor, they've got T-Kui, both of them consistent fraggers, consistent damage numbers being put up on the board every single time. The ones that I am worried about is either Hwangam or Nahan. Both of them have had up and down performances. When one is doing well, the other isn't doing as well. We need to see both of these players take that first step together, and then everything else should snowball after.
And you're looking at about 200 plus eliminations on the side of AG versus just about 150 eliminations on the side of WAG. Of course, I've kind of rounded them up, but that's kind of what we are looking at in the grand scheme of things, right? If you look purely at numbers, eliminations, AG is definitely looking like the more lethal squad out here for us to bet on, and they kind of, paints a decent enough backup for our prediction for this matchup as well.
Yep. And I think at the very least, when we are looking at a team like All Gamers Global, who's setting the benchmark for what we expect to see at a high-level Clash Squad event, this team, what sets them apart is their adaptation. And you can see them consistently doing it, simple solutions to overall very annoying problems. And I want to see what WAG does, right? Because they always come in with a pre-prepared plan for every round, every stage, every single map. And I think most of the time, WAG's plan really starts to initiate on the second map itself, but it really depends who wins the coin toss.
Yeah, it really depends on whether or not they are the team that has hustled enough, practiced enough on these maps. Let's take a look at the top 3 highest elimination weapons so far in the current meta as well as the state of the game. 294 times used the MP5 for the eliminations, followed up by the VSS. Great range, but of course not available in every single store, in every single map that we play on. So that has to be, in your minds as well. If I think the VSS was available on every single map, it would be in the number 1 spot, Gideon.
Yep, it'd be pretty vicious right now. I think that the MP5 is in a pretty good place overall. Yeah, especially, it does bring up the question about the economy of the game, right? If we have to oh man, I have to go out of my way in my setup, I could get an extra pocket mark, I could get another team booster, but instead I'm the one who's stuck with the anvil here to make sure that to have a go-to weapon is great for the meta. But I do think it needs to start diversifying with some of the other upgradable weapons in the game, right? This MP5 is no match once you get it to level 3. From that point onwards, it's either you stick to the upgraded MP5 or you just go for the primo weapons like the AWMs.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, we have got a situation where some of these players are absolutely comfortable on the VSS, regardless of whether or not they're the sniper or the engager, the ones that are opening up the fight. Everybody loves a good VSS on their side, but you don't really see the snipers opting for that MP5 in a lot of these circumstances. And like you mentioned, the economy as well. You got to be really mindful of those coins that you're spending out there because it really matters round after round. If you're forcing the purchase on your side and you're going to be the first one to drop the ball by getting eliminated and in fact allowing your own self to get looted up by your opponents, then that's not really going to be helping out your squad in the long run. And we saw quite a number of teams unfortunately make that mistake in our group stage.
Yep. And I think that's this learning process, that because everybody's going to have their own preconceived idea of what the meta is going to be. But luckily, we got the stats for you guys to help out. Let's look at the top 3 most used active skills, because right now, I think without a doubt, Ignis is coming in big time. Same goes for Narrow. People who can influence glue walls, which is interesting because Falcons is the only outlier in this quote-unquote stat of active skills, because they sometimes even run the Skylar instead of running an Ignis, or sometimes in pairs with Ignis or Narrow.
Yeah, and arguably this is not because Ignis is the most popular active skill out there. It's only because nobody tries to ban that Ignis, or you don't really see many teams try to go for that initial ban on that Ignis. Most of the annoying active skills usually end up on that ban list for not which I am very sure Ignis is not going to be in the first spot. Granted, that said though, he is pretty much meta in the current state of the game. Without those free medkits at the very start of the round, you really need to hustle. You need to make sure as much as possible you block out the vision of your opponents. And now that little itty bitty bit of damage you get off of that Flame Mirage actually makes a difference in these rounds.
Oh yeah, it makes huge differences. Like Ignis was always good in the pistol rounds, but now even better. And I think that's why, there's a huge argument here of why Ignis is just so efficient. He's so cost efficient, right? He costs you basically nothing for your team and only brings benefits in comparison to some of the other glue wall initiators or glue wall disruptors. It takes a little bit of time, right? You have to work off of one charge, wait that full 60 to 80 seconds, and it becomes a problem. Looking at the maps here, looks like WAG has decided to pick up on Bermuda, giving AG the next pick in Nextera to finally kick things off at the end with Kala Uhari.
Oh, all right. Lady Luck smiling at the Vietnamese squad of WAG here, allowing them to pick 2 out of 3 maps. They also get the first ban and pick, which means first game, massive advantage to WAG. If they do not get a victory here, it'll definitely hurt them big time. All odds against AG Global. Let's see exactly how they deal with the situation. First off, bans on that Coda and the Oscar. That's the reason why we don't see them in our top 3. Always getting taken off the list. And the Orion is their main play. You gotta respect what the Crimson Crush can do.
Yeah, the Orion has been really frustrating for a lot of players, and I think right now the real answer is whether All Gamers Global want to answer that question or pick up a potential, a direction for themselves. They could have gone casting Zane here, but instead they're going with Zane as well as Nero. They want to try and punish this Orion. He goes invulnerable. You try and block him off.
Okay, All Gamers Global definitely going in there for that surprise attack. This is going to be a potential rush-capable All Gamers Global with that Zane and Nero. The capability of that plushie instantly disabling and forcing you to panic in a short split of a second can be the difference maker between a victory or a loss here. I'm liking the draft, but the response from WAG is really strong. We talked about the Ignis, how valuable he is in the current meta. They bring him onto their side. With the electrotherapy, it's also going to allow them to be slightly beefed up. If there is a combination of this Cassie and Orion on the front lines, this is going to look like a very scary WAG.
This can be a very scary WAG, and I think it's possible now that we see that All Gamers Global have opted for no reconnaissance, no way to gain information on the map rather than throwing their bodies out and looking with their eyes.
Yeah.
The chrono is always great because if there is an opportunity for All Gamers Global to actually go for, an alpha strike onto WAG and they can't respond in time to regroup, that time turner is really going to be the difference maker.
Yeah, absolutely, man. You gotta really respect the 3,000 IQ draft coming through from both squads. You really like the fact that All Gamers Global can go in for a full-on commitment, even including Duke. And the Sentino, I've always got question marks whenever that is the main pick of a squad because not everybody can play it like how Duke can play it. Therefore, when AG Global pulls in a Sentino, I get absolutely excited, Gideon. Can't wait to see the magic that he pulls off with the Sentino in a little bit. WAG, on the other hand, with the current state of how Clash Masters has been drafted, the rules that we have set into play without the medkits, now Iris being able to reach behind those glue walls and get the damage in, especially after marking you, is going to be so essential. This will make Xbor a major threat out there.
It's going to make Export really deadly. Even when you think you're going to be safe with the time turner, that's only going to buy you just a little bit of time. It's the only out that they have at this point for All Gamers Global. So keep in mind, WAG, if they can get the time turner out, they will absolutely try their hardest.
Well, we've got a little interview. Let's see exactly what these boys say about the map.
AG là một đối thủ mạnh nhưng mà team mình vẫn sẽ giữ chiến thuật đã đề ra và chiến đấu đến cùng. Nhưng mà đây chưa chắc đã là trận đấu cuối cùng của team mình. Nếu đây là trận đấu cuối cùng của team ở giải đấu này thì em muốn nói với mọi người là cảm ơn các em mộ đã ủng hộ team và team sẽ cố gắng để phát triển hơn nữa.
ครับก็หลังจากที่พวกเราแพ้ WAG ไปพวกเราก็ได้กลับไปซ้อมกลับไปเตรียมตัวกันใหม่ครับเราก็ได้ผลลัพธ์ที่ดีที่สุดเพื่อที่จะกลับมาแก้แค้น WAG ครับสิ่งที่เสียดายก็น่าจะเป็นการแพ้ WAG นะครับแล้วตกลงมาสายล่างเพราะตอนแรกที่เราคิดไว้ก็ขึ้นที่1ของสายแล้วก็ขึ้นสายบนไปอะไรอย่างเงี้ยครับแต่ก็ได้กลับมาแก้แค้นก็วันนี้จะทำให้ดีที่สุดครับ
They've got their game faces on, Gideon. I'm a little afraid. I am not so sure this is going to be a friendly match at all. They both acknowledge one simple thing. It's a death match. You lose this one, you are out of the competition. Both going to commit full on. We see that through their drafts. Now let's see it through the execution as well. As Xbox splits away from the rest of the squad, allowing a 1-3 split on the side of WAG towards AJ.
A reposition coming in. Most importantly, just to make sure that they can maintain these battle lines as they turn the corner. Tikwe, at the very least, able to get out. Goes invulnerable. Well, has an exposed position on the Cypher, but he needs the hunt to peek back out. Dude, giving plenty of cover over on the opposite side. And finally, we do see the doll come down, making the time turner forced to come out and finally clean up the rest of that squad. Team SR already down. Aziz gets brought back up. Hwangam and Tikwe get punished for it, leaving it to a 4v2.
Yeah, Nan7 just could not back him up with the advanced therapy in time. Allows his partner to perish as he has to back away. Xbot from afar, M500, absolutely useless. Up against Dew on the opposite end. A little sharper on that pistol snipe. And the M500 for the sniper battle showdown between Xbor and Dew is won out by the latter from AG Global as they take the first point here.
Yep, pretty tough battle to win out for WAG, especially on the pistol rounds. They have to really take advantage of Hwang Am's, Flame Mirage to get the early bits of damage in. Maybe force out a couple more glue walls at the very least. But, at least for AG, it's a clean round from them. They're coming in with extra economy. Nameless bringing in a rifle. Same goes for Dew as well. Sights being purchased. Level 2 armors for both Cypher and Nameless in comparison to the Mini Uzi and one rifle from WAG.
A little bit of a slowdown here. G36, Nan7 spotted out. Here with the Sentino. Already sent the mannequin out earlier. Tikui spotted out, but quickly sneaks away with a little loot on the airdrop in the middle, getting himself a medkit. This is big for Tikui. He's the Orion player on top of everything else. Gonna allow him to get slightly more aggressive on the front lines, of course, providing Dew does not catch him out in the open.
So far, for at least Tikui, this is going to allow him to play very independently. Lone operative, Team SR, having multiple members in that singular area. AG need to make a decision right now as Ngan is forced out of the building. You see that Team SR is going to continue the pain here as Nameless has already traded his life for him. Cypher next to fall here by Tikui with the Mini Uzi. They can do a little bit more. WAG can look to actually close out this round fast, but it really depends. Can they defend these bodies? Can they punish these bodies?
Wow, very risky play here by Dew. He uses up his last glue wall on top of the roof, leaves his mannequin behind, and now tries to go in for a CQC. But it's a 4v3. Nameless really low. Had to swap out his position with the mannequin. Dew still somehow on his feet. Tikui with the Crimson Crush survives. And in a 1v1, buys a lot of time, also has the electrotherapy, but that just wasn't enough as Dew shows up, trying to turn the tides here for the side of AG Global. But Team SR, a sliver of health left on him. Tikui gets picked up, Nan7 on the speedy Thiva pickup, and WAG for sure can win this out. But unfortunately for them, Team SR still stubborn, refusing to drop. He doesn't have the HP to get this done, Gideon.
Yeah, but they've played this war of attrition perfectly. Very scary moment here for WAG. What looked to be a potential easy win ended up dropping two of their more important members. Luckily, Ngan and Xbor were still roughly lingering around long enough to be able to take full advantage of this electrotherapy. And this is how WAG need to play against AG. At this point, it's that war of attrition. Every bullet you land, it's less likely that AG can recover from that.
And it was also because of the pressure played onto Dew. He went up to the roof, but he just didn't have enough glue walls to sustain himself up there. Forced off of the roof into a CQC where he had to just bump into Tikui, who took away a little bit of his life. And then Nan7 gave him that support from that high ground. Beautiful positioning from the side of WAG, keeping things equal. Now 1-for-1. You're all equal on the score. Both teams going for that cyber point. On the cyber drop this time, Tikui with the slice sight does not go in for the reach. Nameless on the other hand, going to be chasing. Electrotherapy on the connection. Nan7 barricades himself in, hops on into the house, chased by Nameless and stabbed in the back.
And all of this, a mistake because they were chasing in Santino and didn't know it. Dew still in the back making sure, putting some good work on the outside of Tikui. Unfortunately, wait, he takes out Nameless. If he takes out Cypher, there is a potential chance for him, but it's too late. Cypher does not let the opportunity miss.
Deadly Cypher. Now you understand why this guy is the top fragger on the side of AG Global. Both him and Dew activated at their prime form at the same time equals a dominating AG Global out there. The 63 eliminations that he started off the day with, slowly but surely climbing, now sitting at 66 eliminations in total. Cypher needs a few more of those, but it looks like he's looking to serve all of that up. But of course, WAG had a small victory there with the cyber point that they managed to pull to the outside.
And now they're looking for another contestant here for this airdrop, right? Usually, I would have expected AG to go on towards the western side, looking to try and contest the second compound here in enemy territory, but they're looking straight for Xbor. They find him, and Cypher catches him with the Zane, and this point It's going to be a 3v4, a very difficult 3v4 without the extra support. Hwangam able to at least trade one back. Needs to buy a little bit more time here as Cypher is looking to turn the corner. Nameless takes out Hwangam. And now this is going out of control as WAG now face off a 2v4.
Tikui managed to go in for the bait, pulling Cypher out of position, who gets tagged by the rest of his buddies from afar. And Tikui finishes off the rest of the work here. Beautifully done with the mini Uzi. Stepping in and out. Tikui still in trouble though, as Dew comes for the rescue. The sniper playing on the front lines and making sure WAG does not run away with too many points off of their boys. You managed to get out Cypher, but nothing more, says AG.
Just really good positioning here from AG. They walk up mid. I'm surprised they didn't get as punished as they probably should have, but at least with a wide east side flank, they make sure to WAV to ensure, hey, there's only one guy mid, one guy holding on to spawn. We know that X4 is in spawn. Let's punish him. We just need to contest the mid guy, and they won't be able to get there in time. And the plan worked perfectly. Now they're going to play on the opposite sides of the map. They need to be careful with a very wide spread here from AG. They're letting WAG come into the center.
Xboard this time has got the vantage point here as the sniper with the better side. But AG Global gets to play hide and seek in the meantime. If they play this one slow, they can bait out WAG. And Tikui goes in for the fight. Bounced up with the electrotherapy. Had the Crimson Crush and overwhelmed Cypher once again. The top fragger on the side of AG. But Nameless trades one back. Tikui down. Team SR fights non-7. Just like that, AG turning the tables onto WAG. But they have to be careful here as Nameless puts himself in a little bit of trouble, but the one that goes down thanks to Dew is Hwangam.
Huge investment here for the side of WAG and AWM as well for this round. Xboard, he's going to have to do a lot of work here, but Team SR has already got the drop on where he's going to be. The question is, who's going to fall into that crosshair first? Can a trade ensue quicker than dying for the round?
It's insane that AG was playing with Baros all this while, and they felt like he was probably the weakest link amongst them. But, you know, we all have to agree, Baros is no slouch. He definitely carried his own weight in the matches on the side of AG. But with the addition of Team SR in the mix, my goodness me, this team is looking untouchable at this point of time, Gideon.
Yeah, no, they've got some real shooters on their side. That's why I was always questioning whether or not, Nameless, does he fit really well with it? But with Team SR in this particular variation, in team fighting, they work extremely well. Hopefully this translates to their BR later in the future. But for now, they're coming in with some big weaponry, plenty of glue walls in hand, upgraded armors. Xboard still double investing in the AWM.
Dew flanking two sides at the same time. Look at his mannequin travel all on its own. And the positioning of the mannequin allowing the backstab position. Look at that mannequin go. This is insane positioning supremacy by Dew, who picks it up, leading it in. X-Ball. Unfortunately for the rest of WAG, the only one they get to punish is Dew, as AG manages to corner the whole squad. What a setup, what a flank. And Dew didn't even need to get the damage done. He was the distraction, and they pulled that off beautifully.
Great pincer maneuver. They even got Cypher to crawl up into the blue from the northern side to actually fulfill the entrapment plan. And they pushed them so well. And I think at this point, now it's difficult because with one cyber airdrop on either side, we go into round number 7. So much investment has been made every single time by Xboard to get this AWM. But at least this time he's walking in with some form of armor on top of the AWM.
And AG now has 2 medkits on their side. They can play a little risky. WAG, no medkits. They have to play this careful. Both sides have got the weapons. But AG sitting on game point on this elimination match here in the lower bracket. This victory is going to be a big one. And AG not looking to drag this out at all. Pushing Cypher up front. He's got the Zane. Extreme Encounter activated already. Backs away. Good positioning from Cypher. And that's the medkit we're talking about. Allowing him to go in for such dangerous maneuvers. And now the distance between AG and WAG not all too much. Team SR, MP5, but the smokes will drop him, and Tikui gets taken out of the equation. Team SR is marked though. Saifa caught, Nan7 about to be struck down as Wang M comes in for the back, and that backstab just does not end up on his side as he gets spotted out. Team SR doing so much as he attacks the whole team of WAG.
And clean rounds coming in from all gamers global, making sure that there was no room for errors, no room for mistakes.
Wow.
They played with no reconnaissance, and when they have a lead, they use that economic lead to buy utility, whether it be smokes, whether it be some extra health pack. Most importantly, at the very least, they are getting strong UAV scans every single time. 2 of them deployed in the middle of the fight just before they engage their opponents. Really, there's no one who does it like them. AG Global take map number 1.
My goodness me, this was one hell of good game from the current world champions of Clash Squad, AG Global, showing exactly what they're made of. The last time they bumped into WAG, they took a beating. They swapped out Barros, they brought in Team SR, and they are running circles around WAG right now. And I have to say, that was one of the cleanest games we have seen AG play so far.
So far, and I think it can only go up from here unless WAG have a response coming into map number 2. Keep in mind that this is their map pick. They decided we're going to start things off on Bermuda, and now that we're moving over to Nextera, is it only going to get worse or is it going to get better?
Yeah, and I also have to highlight one very special thing about the draft of AG Global earlier. They had a triple Sensei Tig lineup. And Sensei Tig, all the Sensei Tig does is just very calmly shrug off all of those markers that you managed to put on him. AG Global knows for a fact that the opposite team is going to be using those smokers, trying to get the scan on them. There are many ways you can get a scan on your opponents within the matchup. But with the assistance of that Sensei Tig, all they need to do is just buy a little bit of time. They get to shrug it off and they go invisible, incognito once again. And the draft on the side of WAG wasn't really hyper-focused on getting information, right? You didn't see the coda on their side because they banned that out. There was no clue on the pick as well. And technically speaking, AG Global forced them to play blind, which is absolute genius.
They're blind. They still have UAVs that they have access to. They just don't have the setup. It's right from the loadout all the way to the in-game. Every moment planned since the beginning. This is why AG feels so scary. They feel so ahead of everybody else. And that's why their adaptation is their strongest attribute as a team. Not just their shooting prowess, because anybody can shoot, but having the extra in-depth knowledge of this particular mode allows you to take advantage of full compositions, even if you're not feeling the best on your shooting capabilities that day.
Yeah, well said, Gideon. You really need to know exactly how to play the other elements of the game right now. You know, it's not a straightforward run and gun sort of a setup once again. And like I said, that Sensei Tig just making sure he gets a little bit of highlight for himself, reducing the duration of the opponent's man marking skills. And the play of that Sentino was just absolute beauty. If I'm not mistaken, that was at peak that we saw a little bit of that perfection. And how do you even position someone like that, man? He must have run that simulation time and time again, because he was controlling 2 bodies at the same time, and he was pulling the timing exactly perfect, because initially he sent out his clone towards the right hand side to rush with the rest of his team members, and he was running towards the left hand side, switched in the exact moment where the mannequin was about to run into a wall, maneuvered the mannequin a little bit, jumped back into his own body. I don't know how a human being can control the mannequin in such a way, but Dew is just a magic worker in the world of Free Fire.
Man, he's just got some great understanding of, 3D space in a virtual space on a mobile phone. He's figured it out, and it's clear to see based on the damage numbers that he was putting up hella numbers this round. Everybody else is still participating in a majority of these kills anyways, but on the opposite side, this is what I was worried about, right? Because when you see the team members perform consistently, like T-Quay, he's putting up some big numbers. We see that on the opposite end, Export unable to do the same.
And of course, you look at the side of AG Global, everybody chipping in, everybody getting the eliminations, getting the assists. Look at the contribution of assists. 9 assists off of Cypher, 10 assists off of Team SR, 10 assists off of AG Nameless. They are shrugging off the markers on themselves, but they themselves have got the moco to tag up their opponents, to get that information, to pass that around. AG is playing this like chess. They have thought out their moves 10 steps ahead, and this was a total outclassing of WAG. The scoreline definitely speaks it. The way they executed those plays definitely speaks it. I think they're worlds apart in terms of the points. And, you know, granted, I actually said that WAG was going to be able to take one game away at least. We saw the fact that they had beaten down AG in the group stage. This is no some slouch of a squad, but that's just how good AG is right now.
Yeah, they're just really far ahead in the future in the current metagame. And again, this is why they're so good. I'm looking at the average damage per round, and you know, comparably, Hwangam and Tikwe, whenever they are doing well, somebody else on the team isn't doing that great, and the numbers reflect it perfectly. Overall, when we're looking at AG, they're actually putting way more damage than I was expecting. But then I remember, oh yeah, there's Cassie on the other side. It makes sense why they're able to, you know, continuously land shots, and they still keep getting back up.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, man. And of course, as they started to win out these round after rounds, being able to strike at all of these airdrops, getting those medkits, even when WAG managed to get to that airdrop first, they still got looted up by the time the end of the round came, and they lost those medkits. They weren't even able to use it. AG Global just made such good use of it. The side of WAG, they had the sustainability. They had the Orion and the electrotherapy. They had the Cassie on that Orion. Some may say that's a little bit overkill. I'll say that's overkill, right? Because if you want to be boosting up that Orion, you really have to go into the nitty-gritty of timing, because, you know, he's got the Crimson Crush. He should be able to handle his own battles up front. They could have gone in with a split push, sending 3 players to go in for the rush on the side of WAG. Instead, with the electrotherapy, pumping up some other player out there on the battlefield. But that wasn't the case for this game, number one. And I think that was a big miss. All AG needed to do was just slow the pace down, allowed you to take a few pot shots from up top, and then the rest of them just go in for the elimination down on the ground. It's just a game of wait and see. As soon as that Crimson Crush comes out, they know they can attack already. So it kind of was easy for AG there.
Yeah, because again, a lot of these moves are very predictable when you have like these specific characters, right? They do one thing really, really good, which puts them in a box a little bit. And I think that's the problem with WAG, because it feels like so far, Explorer has shown that he is a pretty inflexible marksman, right? His goal is one thing. I'm going to snipe my opponents. I'm going to provide damage. I'm going to take out targets. But am I going to move coercively with the rest of my team? No, I will make sure I keep spawn on this lock, which is something that needs to change for this upcoming map. I think that if they're going to stand any chance, number one, a couple of things that could be adjusted has to come down to the draft, right? Again, like you mentioned, with the when you have access to Cassie alongside with the Orion should be a little bit more independent overall. But the problem is, the only other person that he could attach himself to was going to be Ignis, and at that stage, you don't really have the proper front and the front man, back healer type scenario, right? You're the traditional front to backs. And I think that's where things need to change. If they swap it out for maybe instead of an Ignis going for a Chrono, or at least try to shake the flexibility of Dew so that he can actually participate in this game, it's one or the other. You can't do both things based on what I'm seeing right now.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, you can't do everything, but, you know, you could have still just pumped up that Ignis, man. After that Flame Mirage comes out, or whilst he's heading up front, to potentially use that Flame Mirage, that he doesn't really need to worry much about his life in the grand scheme of things. I think the character picks on the side of WAG was really good, but the execution was just so much better on the side of AG Global. Of course, as expected from the current reigning world champions of Clash Squad, and WAG definitely taken on a monster in terms of opponents. But as we go in for the drafts, WAG once again with the first ban and pick. Electrotherapy will be taken out of the equation, and All Gamers Global do not want their front line being broken down by that Valiant Dash. They ban out the Oscar, and WAG with that initial lock onto that Orion. Okay, we're going back in here with the Orion. I want to just see that used a little bit more aggressively this time, with some backup.
I think that it really depends on whether WAG want to try and win out these pistol rounds, right? I think that's where Orion really starts to shine. Luckily, we're not going into Solara specifically, so at least the first couple of pistol rounds aren't as bad compared to the other maps. But here's the Orion Zane trade. Expected to see here, really no reason for All Gamers Global to give the Zane over to WAG. The pairing, I'm not so sure. They could go for the Cryo if they wanted to with the Cryo Mind. They lock in the Narrow. They opted not to go for the Ignis, and they are willing to give it Santino.
And let's see what the response is like here from the side of WAG on that Coda. See, earlier they didn't have the information game, and this is what I was talking about, right? They didn't focus on that. They went in for the ban on the Coda. They didn't pick that clue. This time, they left that one open. They took the electrotherapy out, and they secure the Coda on their side. All Gamers Global, on the other hand, they don't really play much with the information off of those scans because, like you pointed out as well, you've got the UAV to depend on as well. You've got the Nero and the Plushie who can give you some information. You've got the Ignis. You throw on a Moko on that Ignis, you've got a little bit of a viability there as well. There's a lot of opportunities for All Gamers Global to get those markers, but WAG really needs to play more sustenance on the battlefield, which means without those medkits, they can't afford to be super aggressive, except when it is Tikui on the front lines. But even then, he has to be really careful because that Crimson Crush can come in clutch one time, but you best bet AG is going to rush at that Orion right after.
I think the problem right now is that WAG have to play this awkward game of push and pull against All Gamers Global, right? You want to back up the Orion, but you also want to have like a lot of control over the map, right? With the Santino looking for those flanks to expose certain angles against All Gamers Global. I think right now they need to show that they can put up some form of resistance against All Gamers Global. If not, they're just going to be able to walk the path that they want to.
Let's see how the fate of this game will be in a little bit as we head into match number 2 at Nexterra, where I am happy to say that there will still be no VSSs. So we can chill for the time being. WAG can play this ranged battle. And what they need to make sure is those CQCs just played a little bit more tighter together. Equally on that upper floor, Flame Mirage does not reach anybody, gets taken out of the equation before it could. And it's a great start for WAG if you look at it.
I mean, all things considered, right?
Oh my.
Not enough to get through, but Cypher finally breaks it open, already finds the first initial pick. They're trying to pick him up and trying to take trades back. Nahan finds one back in Cypher at a bare minimum here. If they can get one more, it would be great, but the Time Turner is going to save some lives unless they start breaching the defenses. But that's not what WAG wants to do. Play for those picks and do find one more into Hwang Am. And now the tides have turned completely in unfavorability to WAG unless they keep on finding trades like this one. Do shuts it down to the very minimum, and now Nahan all by himself doesn't have enough to deal with 4 guns.
Yeah, wonderfully played overall from the side of AG Global. It's all about the setup, just pushing in 3 players first, and then Dew flanking around from outside on that backstab, and that fadeaway headshot onto Hwang Am was just a thing of absolute beauty. As usual, Dew just being so annoying, and you could see the strategy from the side of AG Global. Those active skills used in the first few seconds of that round itself, it was a straight-on rush, not allowing WAG to really secure proper defensive positions. And that's exactly what WAG needs to look at doing this time around as well. They've got the portal on their side. They beam themselves across, straight on in, just like what AG did a little bit earlier on, not allowing them a lot of room or a lot of time to set up those defenses. But how good is this push going to be? Because Xbot this time on that Sentino, he leaves his mannequin right downstairs, which means he might try to get aggressive, but just not enough time to switch with that mannequin. He gets sprayed down.
Taking unconventional methods to get towards the opposite side, really costing them a lot of pain here. Dew's going to fish them off, and now Nameless getting into the mix, and Nahan already finding one, and Hwang Am gets to the team SR, but Nameless once again able to clean up the rest of them as a support player. This man just keeps the team at such a high tempo.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I thought there was no VSS this year, so it looks like I'm looking at my wrong store. My bad, ladies and gentlemen. We do have the VSS as the lip seems. And with those sprays, I think I am actually preferring WAG's odds a little bit better. Without the far-reaching VSS, it might just be a little difficult to challenge Dew. And obviously Dew is going to be securing the VSS here for himself as well, just making himself a little bit more difficult to touch. Dew on the VSS is just absolutely cracked at this state of the game. Great smoke played by Team SR, but he does get tagged up in the meantime as he tries to approach Tikui and Nan7, using those smokes to get up close and personal. Orion, the Crimson Crush, daring play from Tikui, gets the distraction. Team SR drop as well. Nan with the beam back. X-Ball finds Dew. This is a huge play from the side of WAG.
And it's all going down the drain fast. WAG, they need to maintain this. They got to be very, very careful not to give away free weaponry over to their opponents. Every casualty is going to cost them. They take out Sypha, and now they're going to start working on Nameless. Everybody needs to stay healthy, and ideally Tikui ain't the one who ends up going down or gets finished. And then hopefully they find Nameless. They know his positioning already, roughly, but at this point, you can just wait. The blue is going to do the rest.
Yeah, there's just no need to rush here for the side of WAG, but it's all about timing. X-Ball knew that VSS in his hands, and I'm actually so much more glad to see that VSS, because once again, without that VSS, WAG would be in a little bit of a pickle, because there is a deadly man called Dew on the opposite side that can just make these ranged defenses so easy for the side of AG Global. But WAG can reach far out, but I have to say as well that Tikui was the big playmaker in that victory because of that Crimson Crush and because of a very daring push into Sypha. They knew that they got the initial tag, and without those medkits, they wanted to make sure they go in for the snuff, and that's exactly what they did. Went in for the push, got 2 players, and it was so easy to close off from then on.
I also like the fact that they also set up like one-way walls, right? To make sure that whoever's furthest away from the wall can see your opponent's feet first. And that's where you can find that initial double kill that we see from Nahan in the first place. Now, Sypha immediately on this gondola, getting involved very quickly. Hongnam does find one back into Nameless at the bare minimum, but they have to finish off these knockdowns. Can't give them an opportunity to get back up. One more knockdown here. Hwangam making sure that he's putting in a lot of work. WAG with a man advantage at this stage of the game. Looking very, very confident in the way that they're playing, and they're trying to keep this pace up.
Tikui Nan7 taken out of the equation already. A compound that is very comfortable for the side of AG to play. But with the spray down response onto Nameless, one gets knocked. Oh God, Hwangam does not make that jump. That was a big play potential. Team SR misses the opportunity, but it doesn't matter. He goes in for the follow-up, gets the one. VSS gets a double. And AG makes that round look so easy. Wang M just going in for that rush in that very final second, missing that jump, cost WAG a big play on that round.
They were trying to press the advantage. They had it. They already put them in compromised spots, really exposed opportunist spots for WAG to exploit. Fortunately, one jump fail made the difference there. And now AG currently 3-1 here on round number 5. Big weaponry, full armor as well, completely looted out, armed to the teeth.
3-1. This is the game that WAG cannot lose. Damn it, Gideon, you're going to get your prediction, man. 2-0.
Look, I was hoping that WAG could put a little bit more, and honestly, it should have been 3-2. But let's see if they can do this on the opposite side of the same map. There is redemption. There are ways to fix these mistakes.
Let's see if or not they do get that fix. It's going to be pulling out the loadout store just quickly, seeing if he can go shopping before the start of this. Dew gets an easy spray. Everybody just keeping their heads down. WAG knows that it is just a little bit unreachable. And Nameless just barricading that access with the Flame Mirage off of that Ignis was just absolute brilliance. Absolute big brain play there off of Nameless. And Dew on the opposite side with those sprays is buying them more time. But this time with the push, the chrono comes in clutch. And yes, there is the Crimson Crush on the axis! And Non7 gets a double. T-Kui with the distraction. Non7 on the backup. But they get that traded right back out as Dew is alive and kicking on the opposite end. X-Ball still has got more HP than Dew in this situation. Dew has to be careful here. With a sliver of health left. Circles around. Medkit for X-Ball. In fact, Super Med. Dew has no chance unless he hits those headshots.
My goodness. Can he land it here? He needs to. He can just try to spray him down, but unfortunately, there's not enough HP. X-Ball just having that lead keeps him alive. But this play right here, the fact that, again, the placement of the wall, it was a good idea, but it just needed to be a little bit further to completely block off the follow-up jump afterwards. And this time, at the very least, WAG execute extremely well. A very small moment, but a huge one that turned the tides for WAG. Hopefully they can pull it off again, right? Because technically, it should have been 3-3 if they didn't flub that one round.
Yeah, again, the Orion, big clutch play by T-Kui. He was the initiator. He had the Crimson Crush. He blocked out a lot of the damage that could have gone the way of Non7. Non7 just stepped up from the back of him, got those spray downs with the VSSs. Now the Steffi Painted Refuge coming out early for Non7 this time round, just reducing a tad bit of that damage, but Wang M could not be saved. Cypher snuffs him out with the VSS. The headshot just striking hard. Team SR finds T-Kui just like that. WAG down by all four. Holy mama, I didn't expect that to be so fast.
I think this opener was a bit of a mistake for WAG. They sent two of their members straight down the zipline mid, right? But on the lower ground, we're not talking about the traditional upper ground fights, which we saw AG play more of a defaulted style, having one member move up and the other two looking to play on each corner of that map. I think that really it comes down to these openings most of the times, right? If you're in a compromise, use that rock, paper, scissors at the beginning. Well, recovering is not that easy without the Cassie anymore. But here by Grav Labs, WAG, so far, not exactly the greatest here. But at the very least, AG is still going to have to face the same complications.
You've got the Luna here with the fight or flight, increasing the fire rate for Cypher. Cypher smiling year to year because the combination of that Luna alongside the VSS equals absolute deadliness. You whip out the Thompson X on top of everything else and you are going to cook like you are the best chef out here. What's better than the VSS is the Thompson X, and as I say that, the Thompson getting X-Ball, getting WAM-M. Cypher on the double, Team SR with the sprays, and Dew for the final nail in the coffin there. As All Gamers Global make it to series point with the scoreline.
Match point all already, and this snowball is complete with Anvil in hand, fully upgraded weapons. Look at the Reds across the board for both of these teams. Worst yet, when it comes down to gear value so far, AG coming up even bigger, right? They're coming in with extra glue walls. They're coming in with 2 med kits at the very least for Dew and Team SR, which is totally fine because so far they've been known to actually take the fight straight to the snipers themselves.
You've got the Cyberstore as well. They've got a unlock card on them. Not so sure if the home has been unlocked, but the Dragon Freeze for sure. AG with a lot of advantages as they head on into this round at Grav Labs. Nameless. Thompson is there in hand. The damage has been done. X-Ball with a sliver of health had to sneak away. Dew, what a shot! Non7 didn't stand a chance, could not duck away from that one. Dew with the AWM, looking for one more opportunity. Riptide Rhythm doesn't break down anything just yet, but it was enough to push Megdon, who tried to run across the battlefield, and Dew is not going to allow that to happen. 6-2, AG Global stomp down WAG in a 2-0 victory.
Oh my goodness, a fast game coming in here from AG. Holy cow. Really just making sure that WAG was punished for every one of their moves, but more importantly, once Dew got heated up and he was playing on comfortable maps, that's when he comes alive, landing shot after shot. It's ridiculous. I bet his numbers are going to be crazy too.
Yeah, no doubt at all. Those numbers are going to be crazy. The winners swapping out Barros, bringing in Team SR was definitely a clutch move by the captain, by the analyst, by the coach of the squad. AG Global, once again, a dominating run, 2-0 in the best of 3 up against no slouch of a squad. WAG will definitely give you a run for your money, but this time they were the one running AG Global as lethal as expected.
It's a dangerous day for AG, right? They wanted the revenge, they got the revenge, they did it in dominating fashion as well, so statement has already been made. But unfortunately for WAG, this does mean that they're going to be bowing out of the tournament as AG moves on.
Yes. Unfortunate for WAG and AG Global. On the other hand, there's just no if, buts, or maybes, because we've already said this. If you are in the upper bracket, then yeah, you get a second life. But down here at the lower bracket, there is just no second chances. You lose your series, you are out of the run, and the winner gets to move on one more step, a little bit closer to the grand finals. That's going to be tomorrow. You definitely don't want to miss the action tomorrow. But you got to watch the setup here today, right? We are not done with the action just yet. We're still waiting for the stats of these two teams to be brought up onto the screen. And like you predicted, the numbers on the side of AG definitely going to be stacked, because again, it was such a dominating scoreline.
Yep. Not only was it a dominating scoreline, from the get-go, you can already kind of tell that AG is looking to play a bit of a slower game. The only times that they lost was like, a little bit over-eager, and then ended up getting punished. They weren't expecting to get punished. So, okay, we just take it half a step back, and you can see that the way they play their defaults are ridiculous, right? They take space, and it feels like everybody realizes, wait, we're actually not as, crept in, boxed in your opponent's perimeter, rather than I can take the space. Now I've opened up multiple angles. We just have to wait.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, you can see the drafts as well kind of being forced out of WAG. What do I mean by that is that force pick onto that Sentino. Yeah, he gives you extra life. Yeah, you want to rip it away from the hands of Dew, who can make magic work off of that mannequin. But you just didn't see the magic work off of X-Bor in this game. Just like what Dew was able to do. That's no fault of his. Nobody is able to do what Dew can do on that mannequin so far. Again, it's just absolute magic in the hands of Dew. But you want to see a little bit of that magic a little bit later down as well. I wonder if or not Moshi will bless us with a little bit of those highlights as well. Can't wait to see the showdown between AG Global as well as Buriram. That's definitely going to be a big one if that happens. But for this battle up against WAG, AG Global made it look like it wasn't that much of a big challenge.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it just comes down to the pistol rounds, right? These first 2 rounds are so important for any team that wants to build up that snowball, and it becomes significantly easier for AG to kind of maintain this momentum as long as they didn't make a mistake. And when we did finally see them make a mistake here on round 3, coming back into round 4 isn't that bad for all the economy you were able to accumulate over the past 2 rounds, and not to mention that you're already dumping away some of the bad weapons, right? You're not wasting any economy purchasing anything more expensive. Sure, you die, not the biggest deal in the world.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt at all, they were going up against one of the higher fragging squads as well. Not the highest fragging squad, but definitely up there in the top numbers. If you're looking at the capability of AG Global just annihilating teams out there, then you just have to look at someone like Cypher. But who's the MVP? It's not the main fragger of the squad. It's the man making the magic work. This time with the Nero, again with their own meta play of the Sensei Tig. AG Global's definitely telling everyone something here with the pets.
Dew's biggest strength is his first shot accuracy. And in the mode of Clash Squad, having a high first shot accuracy makes all the difference here. And Dew is putting up some serious numbers every single time he does, right? It feels like if you're in his line of sight, you can just not miss a beat, can't miss a moment, because even if a pixel is showing, he will clip it.
And of course, he's got the Nikita on his passives as well. And you get to see exactly what Dew's main role is. Spray, you don't even need to pray because when you've got Dew on your side, yeah, you get to win your rounds. But he definitely sprayed down all of his opponents. And Nikita's main highlight is she allows you to reduce the healing of your opponents. And you already have got very low capacity of healing in the current state of the game. There are no more free medkits. So if you've got a passive or you've got an active skill that allows you to heal, this guy is going to make sure even that healing that you get off of your skills is reduced by 50%. Dew's main aim at the start of the rounds is not to go for the elimination. It's just to get that initial damage in as well as reduce that healing. Hence why you see the assists being massive on the side of Dew. 13 assists in total. And that's exactly what Team SR was looking for as well. Just spray and allowing Cypher and Nameless to get a lot of the heavy lifting done on the front line.
It's to maim their targets. If you can get a kill, sure, but if you maim them, that's good enough. And we saw it from his setup. We could see that it's really towards his playstyle as well. And it really helps out with people like Cypher, Nameless, and even Team SR. Because if you're putting that much pressure on your opponents, Team SR can easily hold off multiple people if he's playing in the front lines, or if he's going for the flank onto Export. Anyways, they're not looking at him. Cypher and Nameless, they're working hand in hand 90% of the time in these fights. Cypher being the front line and Nameless being the support overall. It's great that both of them can frag out because we've seen big punishes when WAG looked to break the front two. They ended up getting chunked out a couple of times before they actually could continue the fight. And we know that the WAG setup also requires super bonfires to be set up in towards the middle of whatever map that they're playing on to actually have that added healing to maintain the tempo of the fight.
And with the 9 eliminations that Cypher picks up in this game, that brings up his total tally to 77 eliminations in this Clash Masters run so far, which basically means Cypher is the #1 predator of Clash Masters thus far. This is insane. AG definitely making it count for all of those numbers out there. Dew's not too far away from him. He's sneaked into the top 5 predators in terms of body count so far. These guys are absolute annihilators when it comes to the numbers. And you look at the average KDAs, only one person managing to get into the positive, which is Xbor, and even that one is not much of a big flex. You look at the side of AG, 10.0, 4.3, 7.0, 8.5, a clear difference in terms of capability out there with the gun skills.
And that means that AG moves on and now await for the next best of 3 to occur, because EVOS and PE will have to fight each other. One of them's going home, the other will face AG.
My God, EVOS versus PE Esports, that's just going to be the appetizer for the main course, where we serve up AG once again to wrap up today a little bit later on. The winner of this next game, match number 6 between EVOS and PE Esports, will meet AG Global. Will face off against Cypher. Either he maintains his #1 spot as the predator of the competition, or maybe he even loses it. We'll have to wait and see if or not EVOS and PE can perhaps overturn him. But I have to say, the players who do have the numbers apart from AG are sitting down in the upper bracket, all safe, all comfy, not having to sweat today at all. Buriram United Esports and Falcons definitely keeping an eye on the battle here today, Gideon.
Oh yeah, no, they're definitely going to keep tabs on everything that's going on. In case the meta suddenly shifts and somebody discovers some new tech, they want to be there to see it at the bare minimum. But with everything that's been happening on so far, I think that right now we need to see a lot from EVOS and as well as PE to give us a little bit of hope to see if they can maybe overshadow or slingshot their way past AG.
And this is the next matchup between the two that are fighting to stay in the competition. It is EVOS Divine taking on PE Sports, the Indonesians versus the Vietnamese squad. One is the champions of the Esports World Cup 2025. Another team, they started it all for the Vietnamese region. They just haven't been able to carry themselves into a grand finals and see themselves through to a trophy. Perhaps Clash Masters might just be the place. I don't know. I think the competition is hella tough this time around. If PE wants to get there, they got to show us something special. We're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, it's Gideon Mustachio once again for series number 2 of the day, PE as well as EVOS. We'll see you guys in a bit. Don't go anywhere.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026, the biggest year in Free Fire esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2020.
Welcome back, survivors. The Free Fire Clash Masters continues here today, and we've already seen one team had to bow out and go home. There's only one other team that we have to decide on whether they're going to move on or whether they're going to go home as well before the final bout. My name is Gideon Q. Of course, we've got a Mustachio AJ here at the desk to keep you guys entertained. And after, AG dominating their match against WAG, are there any expectations here between PE and as well as EVOS?
Yeah, sure as hell, there's a lot of expectations, right? Because the last time we saw the combination of these two teams head-to-head in the group stage, PE Esports, they took the dub. Now, both teams in the lower bracket, they are fighting for survival. EVOS has not woken up in a long time. Ever since the Esports World Cup 2025, they have been asleep. I don't blame them. They got a massive payday. Even I would take a rest after that. But I think, if I was them, money's starting to run out. We gotta earn our keep a little bit more. EVOS has to be fired up, unless of course they're waiting for a once-in-a-year payday for the next EWC to come around the block. That's gonna be by the mid of the year, so I think hustle time is now. PE Sports, on the other hand, They've been trying for a long time now, Gideon, and they just haven't managed to get to the very end for themselves. I think since they've already known how to get this done, they might just be able to pull it off once again. Let's see what our predictions are. So if or not, we can see. Oh, okay, both of us think that EVOS might not have a chance. I, once again, am expecting a dragged out game. You see, these are not my predictions. These are just something that I'm hopeful for. You know, I just want a little bit more entertainment for you guys.
That's fair. That's always fair. Glad to have your predictions on board here. I'm thinking PE only because we've seen that EVOS has been like really inconsistent, right? There are times where they're dropping like 2 to 6 on certain maps, and other times they're dominating 6 to 1. So there is no consistency with this squad. And it feels like they're slightly behind the meta. They know how to team fight, don't get me wrong. They've got some real shooters on their side, but if they're so momentum based, out of 100 games, only 33 of them are going to be good enough when you have that momentum. I just don't think that's enough, and PE gives me that certainty.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you also have to look at it from the spectacles of it being Clash Squad and not Battle Royale. So in Battle Royale, maybe your eliminations don't matter so much because it's very circumstance-based, you know, which compound you want to control, whether you're the first one there, whether there's a third party. But in Clash Squad, the numbers really do the talking a lot, right? And you want to look at the firepower, the capability to eliminate on both sides. These two teams are pretty equal, pretty neck to neck. You're looking at 176 eliminations so far combined on the side of EVOS, with the lineup of Ray, Rasia, AimGod, as well as Kachil. 176 eliminations on the side of EVOS versus 181 eliminations on the side of PE Esports. They are not too far away from each other.
And it feels like they found like a little bit of a style of the way they want to play, making sure that Ray and as well as alongside AimGod are going to be your main frontliners, and then Kachil is looking to kind of either play as a flanker or double up on that front line. Rasia definitely going to be your sniper, but AimGod has really shown that in Clash Squad, he's down to clown a little bit. He's down to like really play the footsies with his opponents, and if he has Orion, even better, because then he has full confidence that his team will inevitably find a trade.
Yeah, no doubt at all. This is going to be a tough team to beat. Numbers-wise, they are just slightly behind PE Sports. But if you look at individual performance-wise, you are absolutely right. You are on the money with Coach Heel as well as Ray. They are the frontliners, and they are very effective frontliners as well. 53 eliminations on the side of Coach Heel, 49 eliminations on the side of Ray. You know that these boys are trouble when you bump into them on the front lines. The biggest problem, I think, on the side of EVOS is Rasia has not been able to go beast mode just yet. Not many eliminations on his side. Definitely makes it a little challenging. We'll have to see if he wakes up against LBT, Wang Shi, Zervis, as well as C-Tuan. And if you look at PE Sports, you look at the lineup of players, you definitely want to talk about this guy, Zerif. 62 eliminations so far. They may be in the lower bracket, but Zerif is ranked number 3 when it comes to the total elimination ranking. So yeah, this guy, you definitely got to watch out for him.
New addition to PE Sports. We saw him on day number 1, week number 1, and he was already killing it. He's been putting up very consistent performances overall for the side of PE Sports. But at the same time, we can't forget about some of the other members as well. You know, LBT has been keeping it together, and one of the few remaining members who's been sticking out with PE this entire time, alongside with Wang Shi, who again has some on and off performances, but we'll see, because right now PE have decided and won the coin toss. They're going for Bermuda, but EVOS is going to be on the draw for first bans and picks.
Yeah, of course, it's first ban pick on the side of EVOS, but map advantage-wise, PE might just be able to wrap this up if it goes the distance. Of course, EVOS could try to play a spoiler by ripping away this first map from the cold, hard fingers off the side of PE Sports. Let's take a look at the drafts and see exactly what the bans are going to look like. Since EVOS has got the first ban, they take Zane out of the equation, instantly nerfing Zerif. But of course, Oscar is always the main pick of Zerif, and even that has been punished by EVOS. This main ban as well as pick is targeting the best player on the side of PE Sports, so that Orion probably is going to go into the hands of Zerif. So this is a great counter pick. Without the Sentino, EVOS's Rasia is going to be a challenge, but that Iris could still be a pretty threatening skill for him to use.
Nero Orion is a really good combination for PE Esports, especially since they've shown to play Orion pretty confidently against majority of the teams that they faced so far. EVOS Divine, they're going for a very traditional composition, right? Without Zane, it's nice to have the Cassie on your side, but a true frontliner in Oscar to kind of open up opportunities for the rest of the team, and an Ignis so that PE Esports can't look for counter punches.
Okay, interesting. EVOS didn't really focus on the pick for their sniper, which is understandable since the sniper is not really delivering the most numbers for the squad so far in terms of these eliminations. So the sniper pick goes towards the final priority, but I also think that you need some informational play on the side of EVOS Divine. That Coda could come in clutch, but they try to go they go south, totally south with this one. They bring in the Skylar, totally off meta, not extremely effective in the current state of things, because you also have to think the number of glue walls you see these days in Clash Squad, not as many, but you've got the Nero on the opposite side, you've got the Skylar response. Both sides get to manage those glue walls to a certain degree, I guess.
Yeah, both sides are going to be contesting for what the battle lines are going to look like, and I think there's a more responsible approach from EVOS Divine. We can actually, push the territory forward, move that line closer to you, in comparison to PE, where it's I expect you to take the space, and therefore I'm going to contest in the middle ground.
Yeah, you've got the Steffi here, allowing a very aggressive form of PE Esports. The Steffi and the Orion combo, reducing the damage, stopping those grenades. Well, technically, you don't really see much grenades these days. If at all, there was that, Cyber Store and the Deep Freeze pulled out. So I guess he gets to bounce those off. But what's going to be the main play here is how PE Esports handles those battles on the front line. We're going to take a quick short break here for the interview. We'll catch up with you guys in a bit.
Jelas dong Bang, kita kan punya mental juara kan. Nah, terus kita punya mekanik yang bagus, pasti bisa kayak gitu juga. Oke, karena udah pernah ngelawan PE Esports, jadi kita lebih banyak belajar. Ya, kali ini kita yang harus bantai-bantai mereka sih.
Ok, và sai sót ở phần Văn Bích. Hôm nay tụi em giữ tinh thần để bắn với trận đấu hôm nay. Theo em là BE Sport 20 với EVOS rồi.
Both teams are confident, but here they fight on the default map where everybody begins and starts their Free Fire career, their journey here on Bermuda. Only one of these teams will prove themselves worthy to face AG in the coming games. But here we go. Here on Bermuda, we're kicking things off with PE on the pistol round on the northern side, facing off against EVOS on the southern side.
And you've got Zeref here on the push. He, if I'm not mistaken, brought in that Rocky. So he's definitely looking to abuse that painted refuge. Brilliant play from the boy. As he manages to get that tag, Huang Chi traded out. Aim God good on the USP2s. Will get tagged up here. And all because of that pet that he has dragged in this time round. About to find a free one for himself. LBT managing to walk out of that one with the Crimson Crush. Back up from Zeref again is just going to give him that massive advantage. PE Sports with a beautiful opener here.
Great opener. EVOS, they found the first blood. They started breaking the battle lines, but unfortunately, the amount of time bought by LBT on this Orion, allowing his teammates to go for the refrag afterwards, made it impossible for EVOS to win and take these fights individually. It became 2v1 after 2v1 after 2v1, but now EVOS here on the back foot, 2 rifles bought, no armor whatsoever in comparison to PE. It looks like they're trying to bonus this as much as they can, really forcing out not much except Zeref, who has the armor. Everybody else, I'm seeing a Parafall in Sichuan's hands, and it looks like Deagles as their sidearms.
Yeah, this is a interesting round here from the side of PE Esports. They're going to be playing this shot, and C1 with a big play takes Rasia out of the equation with a headshot from across the battlefield. That Powerful finding the perfect connection. Can they get the job done though? With the force buy, EVOS not getting the job done for themselves, and this is going to be a massive victory here for PE Esports as Aim God all alone, surrounded by the PE players. could not get out of his own compound of glue walls. This is that perfect one again. First blood for the side of PE Sports as they strike down the sniper who has not been fully functional on the side of EVOS, making it so easy for that mid-rush.
Yeah, they have to figure out what their zone of influences are going to be for the side of EVOS, right? Round number 1, they tried to go for the big fat rush. Round number 2, they tried a slower approach by staying on the outside of the center of the ring, but they ended up giving up too much space to PE. So they need to find a balance here. Now that we go on this side of the map, PE is going to get access to compounds very, very quickly, but at the very least, it's a clear, straight road for EVOS to get to the high ground right smack in the center.
Painted Refuge popped by Zaref instantly as the round starts here. Interesting play as Wang Shi tosses out that plushie, making sure he gets the tag onto this player as information on the outside as Ray gets knocked down by Wang Shi's kill. That narrow getting the damage done unbelievably so. Hit that pet so well, which gives a massive advantage to PE Sports. But numbers-wise, they have to worry because this time Rasya has got the better position. LPT, Crimson Crush, saving his life for the time being, has got the level 3 MP5 in hand, goes for the save, can pick Wang Shi up, but he chooses to medkit himself first. And this is that big play time, that pickup and the medkit in play. They can turn this one around against Rasya and Aim God.
Now, Rasya and Aim God, they got to work together here. They're trying to find individual angles while Rasya is quickly just hopping, getting some quick information here. LBT as well as Wang Shi do use the cryo mine, splitting up both Rasya and as well as Aim God at this stage of the game.
Wow.
They know that LBT's inside the house, and I'm pretty sure Wang Shi's footsteps are visible to Rasya at the very least, which needs to be communicated.
Beautiful play on the cryo mine. That plushie taking up so much of space, and EVOS forced to play outside the circumference of that plushie's control earlier on, but time has run out for the cryo mine. PE Sports, on the other hand, just secure themselves a better position. This is a stalemate for the time being as the circle now starts to move. Wang Shi doesn't need to do much at all, but he can't really play with his position all that too much because EVOS very smartly is crawling around under them, staying below their feet to make sure they don't give away a wild advantage to PE Sports.
And this has got to be frustrating for EVOS, right? Because this is
go.
not exactly what they wanted, right? They wanted something they can punish PE Sports with, but unfortunately, they're the ones who are currently on the run. Aim God taking a lot of damage. The trade actually comes through, but luckily Rasya is able to find a trade back. Now, Riptide Rhythm all of a sudden, but for some reason, it's Rasya who seems to be unprepared for it.
Yeah, brilliant play with that Riptide Rhythm. I don't think he expected the Riptide Rhythm to bring those glue walls down instantaneously. Hell, even I wasn't expecting that speed off of that Riptide Rhythm. I think Rasya caught himself there by surprise. He caught everybody by surprise. Took down the defenses, but the defenses that were taken down turned against him in this play. LBT, big plays as he gets the initial spray down. Aim God then gets finished off by Wang Shi on that right-hand side. And Rasya just burning himself down with that Riptide Rhythm, giving the advantage to his opponent. PE Sports clear 3-0 in this first game.
That's got to be very frustrating. Rasya having double-tapped the Riptide Rhythm, sending both charges up, lost him that round. But now we see that at least they're finding... they don't find it back. Zaref and Wang Shi found it, and now they completely shut down this aggressive push coming in from EVOS. They blocked off the angles. They were looking for moments to actually take a compound in enemy territory. Unfortunately, by the time they got to the footsteps of that door, PE put up hella resistance with the cryo mine on top of making sure that, hey, Riptide Rhythms don't work against actual buildings.
My, oh my. And Zaref is on fire. 6 eliminations so far. Only a single time he has fallen to the players on the side of EVOS, but not a single round given away. This time the smoke vortex is going to be laid out, but you see those super bonfires on the setup. PE Sports straight up down the middle. Rasya is going to miss that first snipe. Aim God can't find the connections just yet, allowing 2 players on the side of PE Sports to get too close to their sniper.
Rasya is already cut off from the angles. At this point, it's 3 without sniper support. Unless Rasha is able to win this 1v1 against Xerath, this could turn. LBT ends up being the first person who goes down and got caught on the timing of the swing. Now Ray wants a little bit more as they work on towards Wangshi. Aim God pushes the angle at this point. Having Cassie on their hands so good, but Sichuan is able to turn something back. At the very least, Rasha has won his individual one, closing out this round strong against PE, turning it 4-1.
Yeah, this was a much better setup this time. PE Esports just got a little bit too cheeky with Xerath going in for the chase, looking to punish Rasya early, but Rasya's response was the more important one. Not only did he manage to avoid Xerath, but he hurt him enough to make sure it broke the momentum on the side of PE Esports. And from then on, it was a great combination of Ray and Aim God to just go in there for the flank, working together to just circle out the players on the side of PE Esports, pulling one solid round back for themselves here. But of course, cyber airdrop time, PE Esports and EVOS. But I love the pathing of EVOS here. Able to catch out Xerath. They do get the information, but choosing to not go through, and the valiant dash for the Punisher. Brilliantly played by Aim God. Ray pushing on in with the electrotherapy as well. And EVOS has found his second fire from nowhere.
They've got that second win. That momentum is building up for the side of EVOS with the cyber airdrop as well. This brings the score to 2-4. And this is a big mistake coming in from PE Esports, right? They should know that EVOS will get control over that corner first. And they also saw the information about mid players actually rotating in from the building to the outside. So at that point, PE, they just need to contest for the cyber airdrop. And I just unfortunately don't think they brought in enough throwables to actually contest with it.
Yeah, but Aim God was that big playmaker there, right? Great information given away because we did see the players kind of spotted out, right? Xerath was in play in that situation, but that mid-push has kind of put them in a little bit of a pickle. And EVOS managing to win big in that round. They also claim the cyber point for themselves. Aim God this time around. Valiant Dash still active. Wanting to get close enough. And leading the charge with the Flame Mirage, sending it through with that Ignis. And now that it's pushed up all the way forward through Kochil, EVOS has cut down the distance. Wang Shi's going to get tagged up here. Ice Grenade does manage an LBT, and PE Esports makes that crucial decision to reposition that nade. Oh, that could have been a big one for EVOS.
It's time. PE, they've rotated. They played this big game of Ring Around the Rosie, and unfortunately, that's going to be LBT, the first to go down. Still, unfortunately for him, did not have his cooldown off. And now they want to pressure even more. EVOS trying to take the center here. They don't have the Valiant Dash just yet, but they do have the Flame Mirage to work with. And Aim God is checking every single angle, quickly drops down the time turner of his own, having a power position in the center here, forcing the opposing side to actually contest. Unlucky for Rasha, doesn't get the Riptide Rhythm in the right place, and now Sichuan and Wang Shi find two, take out Koshio. Rasha takes one back in Xerath, but the time turn and even a revive to bait the body out. Aim God unfortunately can't do much about it, has to just watch it as Rasha heals back up. Huang Shi loses his head, leaving only Sichuan. He's one shot away from dying here. A single AW can make the difference, and Ray gets revived in the meantime.
Yeah, great play by Rasya here on the pickup. Does manage to get the tag onto his opponent as well, as God has eyes on him. You peek on out, Rasya will show you exactly what is capable of. That plushie tossed on out. Ray takes it out of the equation. Smart play by Wang Shi, but they've got the number stack right back up on their side. Xerath makes one mistake. Crossfire set up here by Kochil and Ray. Manages to find the boys. Ignis Flame Mirage gets the finisher. This is now looking like a strong side of EVOS, and I have to say it's powered up by Aim God and his bravado. That extra bit of confidence for Aim God coming through the combination of Ray and that electrotherapy, just allowing him to be reckless on the front lines. But this was a fantastic reset on both sides with a 3v3.
I mean, honestly, I would say that this is even an expected win for EVOS. And honestly, EVOS nearly lost it at the same time. Had PE, that time turner was just a little further forward so we can finish off the rest of those kills, EVOS would not have been able to recover. At this stage, we're seeing heavy investment in weaponry coming in from PE. Some of them ditch the Tommies. They're bringing in some real shotguns they want to control, because this is the same map, but on opposite sides, they want to control this warehouse.
See how much of control they will get. Once again, Aim God looking to be aggressive on the front lines. And in this round number 8, second time we play at Mill. Like you said, we switch sides. They know what to expect, but Razia punishing Zaref as he walks through that glue wall taken down. Zaref not expecting it, and Wang Shi fails at the attempt of the backstab. EVOS, unbelievable. 4 rounds in a row. Holy mama. I was not expecting this. That second fire turning to proper second win. And they have fought their way back from nowhere.
And this is why those upgraded MP5s are so devastating. They're so much more versatile than just raw shotguns. Even in CQC, there's still a bit of middle ground that you can create and separate from your opponents, especially when you have access to so many ways to disrupt glue walls, making it harder for that peekaboo style for PE.
Damn, what setup is this on the side of EVOS? They are just going to AWM-Y their way through this game. 4 players with the AWM. They've got the economy to do that. Yet another round where you're going to see the cyber airdrop bring everybody down towards the center of this map. Zaref caught out by these M590 finds Aim God, who once again got a little too cheeky with the players on the side of PE Esports. Wang Shi back up from up top. Snipes Ray down with the AWM. A 4-man AWM failure for the side of EVOS. Big risk, but it does not reward as PE Esports takes the advantage, sneaks away their 3rd cyber point. That's a big win for the Vietnamese squad, now on match point.
EVOS needed to break their back here, and now PE with the cyber airdrop in their economy as well. They even out the score, if not etch it out even more. Their gear value is ridiculous, through the roof. EVOS need to compensate for this, and now multiple AWM purchases for PE Sports as well on the opposite end.
Nani? Do they have a secondary gun? Okay, they do have a secondary gun. 1 MP5 in the mix. PE Sports, do you have what it takes to take the CQCs? I only see 1 MP5 in the mix right now. Okay, all right. So it looks like it was just a graphical error. Just didn't see the second guns being purchased. They've got the M1887X. They've got the M590. They've got the MP5. Holy mama. PE Sports ready to take on a long range, short range, any range combat up against EVOS in this map.
The only real difference here is the amount of utility purchase, right? Frag grenades and even smokes for the side of EVOS. PE, they still themselves have plenty of smokes to actually work with. On top of the extra glue walls being purchased from the side of EVOS, they are the ones who want to be intimidating, as PE are playing on the outsides and holding tight corners to make sure that their perimeter is safe.
Surprisingly, no level 4 vests here. LBT literally buys no vest at all. Man has gone all in with his weapon purchase. Let's see if this is a smart idea. Glue wall melter laid out. You don't get to buy a lot of those, so has to be really careful with the play. PE Sports looking to make this the final round for themselves. Oh, Zaref knows exactly where to aim.
Yep, this is a good idea. Wait for the blue to come in. Everybody has AWMs in their hand, so really it's about finding those first shots to make all the difference here. Very close, but does not connect. Dings off the pin, and now they've smoked off. They've smoked off important entry points. Wang Shi walks out of the open to show some resistance, as now we see a full initiation from PE. Rasha is the first to fall. Quickly going invulnerable and looking to finish Rasha off here, and now as they find Ray and Kochio, Aim got the last one left as PE look to close out the round extremely strong as Wang Shi hits the deck just in time. GG, well played as PE Sports take map 1.
Yeah, Rasha was in no position to go in there for a rush. He had a Skylar. The last time I saw a rushing Skylar was never. The first one out, could not get much done with a Riptide Rhythm. Got caught in an unfortunate position because the player that he rushed was LBT. Out came the Crimson Crush off of the Orion. The Steffi was popped by Zaref as well. They took less damage, and Razia just bit the bullet there. He could not do much up against the 2 players. And after that, that cookie came crumbling down extremely fast. Yes, you had a 4 AWM setup on the side of PE Sports. This time, it just didn't do much at all. But the secondary guns that they brought in, they used the AWMs not to get the eliminations, but just to scare EVOS enough to kind of make them panic in that situation. I think there was a absolute mistake of a move in those final moments, because because that blue was closing in already, Gideon. They had nowhere else to go.
Yeah, no, they really didn't think about it too far. They thought that maybe the PE Sports were going to get impatient in that game, which we've seen before. It actually happened a couple of times, which is why EVOS was able to actually start building back momentum in the middle of that game. But once Russia had to move from that position, it became really difficult because PE, you saw the extra utility that they brought specifically to kind of, move the sheep back into the pens, corral them into the corners, and then they found the jump over the canisters.
Yeah, and it just wasn't their compound to play, right? Because that compound required a little bit of mastery of those long shots, as well as the kind of active skills that are going to keep you safe out in the open. You look at the drafts on the side of EVOS, it just wasn't the case. They had the Oscar, they had the Ignis, they had the Skylar, they had the Cassie. All four of these active skills wants to get in the faces of their opponents. That compound on that map, it was a brilliant pick, but just wasn't in their favor at all. PE Sports gets the advantage. They technically picked that map, so they were very comfortable on Bermuda. They were comfortable on that compound. They handled that situation well with the guns that they brought out and how they managed to play those guns with the timing as well. Initially with the 4-man push on the snipers, just warning shots. Don't show up or you're going to take massive damage. Lots of misses on the side of PE Sports as well, and I think it could have been a little bit more deadlier if those shots actually connected.
It was a very tactical war from PE Sports, right? Control the space, make sure that you are your perimeter and your perimeter will always be safe. They really made sure that EVOS were second guessing a lot of the movements moving forward to try and take that space, so much so that they forget about the positional advantages once the blue starts to close.
Yeah, man. And once the blue started to close, Russia with that rush, just couldn't really get done much in that situation. But LBD, again, a big MVP of this matchup because he was just involved in so many of those engagements. Whether or not he is the actual MVP by the end of the game, we'll have to wait and see. He did put quite a bit of numbers on the leaderboard towards the end of the game. But Zaref, as usual, just going out there on a sleigh. And what's so impressive about Zaref is he's not focused on bringing in the active skills to boost up his capability for the offense. He is bringing in that Steffi. He brings in that Painted Refuge. He wants to be tanky. He's got the Joseph. He's got the J-Beebs. He wants to be heavy on the defense because he believes in his mechanical skills. His offense is really, really strong. And on top of everything else, he's got the Nikita as well. And this is the only part where he's got a little bit of the offensive assist from that passive skill, right? The reduction in healing for the opposition, and he just wreaks havoc with that capability. MVP is Wang Shi. Played it from the back with that AWM on the narrow. Definitely chipped in quite a bit. Look at the massive assist he has.
Huge assists overall. We'll see whether he has some comparable numbers, if not double the numbers of Russia. Because again, both snipers were getting off some really good shots on each other, which is why you see the very pushing and pulling style from either side. You got to, buy the attention of each of the snipers individually to alleviate pressure from your frontliners here. And I think that Wang Shi, he put up a really good fight here today. Not only with the shots with the AWM, but I think most importantly, his usage of the Cryo Mind.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, the highlight for PE Sports is the Nikita. 3 out of 4 players on their squad running the Nikita, making sure you don't really escape any one of their shots and you don't get any buffs in terms of healing. They also run a triple auto or a double auto, if I'm not mistaken. And this is quite a messy one as well, right? You see the auto on the MVP Wang Shi as well. When he gets those knocks, those memory miss becomes trouble. And if your opponents are sticking together, it's really going to mess up their rhythm. It's going to mess up their pacing, opening up the battle for PE to go in for the rush. And this is where Zaref strikes once again. Backed up by C1 this time around. Look at the numbers these boys bring in. 9 eliminations off of Zaref, 7 off of C1. This was a great game, but of course, EVOS, they had a mad run for their own as well. A 4 round in a row to equalize before PE Sports woke up.
Yeah, really good stuff, right? Because if we start comparing the numbers, like Russia, he's putting up hella numbers, but he is not finding these impactful moments. And again, PE have been able to either, bring back their team members to find that second win, or they completely lose the round, which is why we have this 4-6. But with the fact that Huangshi was able to put a 3.2, despite Sichuan being the main sniper of the team getting 2.3, it just goes to show that Huangshi also provides not only a lot of firepower, but great overwatch for the rest of the squad, because it's Zeref and LBT who's messing around in no man's land.
And Russia trying to go old school, trying to kind of experiment in the situation with the Skylar seems to be working for him, right? Or it's either that or he just woke up in the competition all of a sudden, because you're starting to see the numbers stack on one of the prime snipers that we have in our competition. The Wonder Kid Russia is back at it with the numbers. Look at the damage, 4,950. He was on fire, and he definitely was not the biggest damage dealer that we have ever seen, but what's important is he has woken up. It's going to be a tough one if EVOS drops the ball on this next game for the team and their confidence overall. But if we can find Ray and AimGod just kind of stepping it up a little bit more on those aggressive plays, I think it's going to be a big opportunity to push this into a game 3.
Yeah, I think there is that opportunity, but they need to find that momentum. And that's the thing about PE. Yeah. They're really great at just controlling the timings of things. And that's why a lot of their composition has more util rather than just saying, you know what, I can just go brain dead, play Cassie Zane Oscar, call it a day, maybe get a Santino on our side and just fight. They don't do that. They want to, they understand that there's more to Clash Squad than what meets the eye. And I think that these tactical decisions, even the purchases of the Vortexes, make plenty of difference when you want to save some money on some smokes and something that lasts a lot longer than a smoke.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, bringing in the tactical market is a big clutch as well, right? Because we saw on that map, the tactical market is what gave them the chrono, gave them the time turner, which did save the lives on a couple of players' side for EVOS Divine earlier on, but it's what you make out of those lives saved a little bit later on that just wasn't looking as clean, as tight as the players on the side of PE Esports. I really liked it when AimGod woke up. All of a sudden, he was pumped up by that electrotherapy and, just going in for the push. AimGod on that Oscar is extremely dangerous. What PE Esports did, in response to that aggression was, we're just going to keep our distance, man. We're not going to mess around with you. We're not even going to open up those glue walls, so there's nothing for you to rush through and surprise us. They started to play around with the smokes instead, which I thought was just super brilliant in terms of strategy from the side of PE Esports. On that active counter to see what can really disrupt the strategy of EVOS Divine. And it worked. 4 rounds in a row, there was a dead stop to that, and they picked up the victory of the final 2 rounds. But PE Esports, they have to be a little wary because EVOS almost caught up with them there earlier.
Yes, there are definitely a lot of moments where it could have been played just a little bit better, or they just weren't expecting, how crazy fast these kids are willing to blitz. So that's something that they have to keep in mind for the upcoming game, because if they're going to try this again, PE Esports are going to be even more well prepared for it and have also figured out a couple of behaviors that are foretelling of what EVOS Divine wants to do.
And now it seems like it's just become a common meta here on Clash Masters. The Sensei Tig has become extremely popular. Why? Because Moko is extremely popular. The capability to mark your opponents extremely popular in Clash Squad. And sometimes information is king, especially in a game where your opponents don't have medkits and you're looking not to go in for the elimination, but at least get one bullet to find the connection. And if you are running, for example, the Nikita on your side, that's 2 birds, 1 stone. You take away some life, you reduce the capability of their healing as well. Just put them in a little bit of a sticky, awkward position. Now your opponent is second guessing if or not they want to rush at you, since they don't have any medkits, they don't have much life on themselves. I think it's big play coming through here. The meta of Clash Squad just keeps expanding, Gideon.
It really does. And I think, now we're really seeing that these teams are taking the time and effort to understand the small mechanics in the game. When we look at the top 3 highest damage weapons per player, Russia sits at number 1 when it comes down to the AWM. In second place actually is Coachio with the MP5. He put on one heck of a game yesterday, and I'm expecting a little bit more from him here today. But even Zeref is part of those numbers with the Thompson.
Yeah, absolutely. Zaref is part of those numbers. Zaref is part of the overall elimination as well. Once again, he's ranked number 3 in the total eliminations category if you stack every single player within Clash Masters up against each other, which is quite the achievement. But of course, in an actual game up against each other, this really matters, right? You see the damage being on the side of the players of EVOS, but they're not able to convert a lot of this damage into an elimination because of how defensive PE Esports plays this. This time, we head on into Solara for game number 2. This is a EVOS map pick. They get the first ban and pick as well, just like Bermuda. So a double advantage for the Indonesians.
Okay. It does mean that I feel like PE Esports, they're more than happy to say, you know what, going on to that second pick actually isn't that bad. Because we know that your first pick is always going to lean into that Oscar, and we will have access to Orion. So let's see whether there's going to be an adjustment, whether they're going to start banning out. Yep, there we go. The ban in Orion, and then the Santino from PE Esports.
Yeah, smart play here. EVOS Divine taking the Orion out of play. But PE Sports with the response of the Zane. And I like how EVOS Divine just quickly went in for the investment onto that Oscar because they know that they want to depend big time on Aim God. In the previous game, Aim God just could not activate, which means he didn't have enough backup. I wonder if or not it's going to be the electrotherapy investment once again. And it is going to be exactly that. They're looking to invest big time on Aim God's play. But this time, they will be sneaking away that Steffi. Painted Refuge, extra layers of defense on the side of EVOS. You gotta like that.
I kind of like it, but that does mean that PE Esports will have access to the chrono, right? Because at the end of the day, we know that both sides did not want to go for the reconnaissance at the end of the day. And more importantly, they want to have some extra util and firepower to actually control that tempo. So not too surprised with PE Esports. But EVOS Divine, going for the Cassie Oscar, okay, sure. But on top of that, having the Steffi and now going for the clue seems a little strange. I would have preferred to see that they had access to either, you know, Ignis here instead of the Steffi, and they could have waited on the clue or the Steffi at the end.
Yeah, this is a very smart pick from EVOS Divine because they are adapting to what the play was from the side of PE Sports. They realize that now everybody is on that Sensei Tig meta when it comes to the pet. And I like the fact that Garena has once again made the pets very, very relevant. And with the Sensei Tig up there, your markers on that Moko is not going to stay as long. You need more informational play. The investment into Clue is a big one. PE Sports, on the other hand, they do not have this extra information. They try to tag up those players. They try to get those information. We also saw EVOS Divine running those Sensei Tigs. The only situation where they don't run the Sensei Tig was when they wanted to bring that Beaston in for Coachil as well. I expect that to be the exact same situation. PE as well, if I'm not mistaken, it was Zaref who brought in that Rocky just to make sure that he gets to spam all of those active skills that he's using out there. If Zaref sticks to the Zane and he's got the Rocky, you know he's going to be a little bit more aggressive on the front lines. And I kind of like that.
And here on Solara, especially when we're talking about the front lines is kind of everything here, right? You got to be able to manage the aggression your opponents are coughing at you, because a lot of these maps are very, very close. Right from the pistol, 3 super bonfires, and immediately it's war.
Time turner perfect for PE Sports. LBT running in and out. Then Steffi Painted Refuge popped instantaneously. Zaref gets a double. Aim God and Gochil down on the ground. Zaref tagged up by that Flame Mirage as well, but still alive and kicking one more on the shotty. And Zaref on fire for this pistol round at Aquarium.
Great movement coming in from Zaref. Just look at him dancing around. LBT is the first to go down in this fight after Coachil gets knocked, but at that point, they've already got Huangshi coming in from the other side, winning his own individual one and then backing them up. It's just how many forceful, quick, split-second 2v1s can you initiate, especially when you've got a double-barrel shotgun in hand. You've only got limited shots. This time, we're going back. This time we're hitting it back. On the opposite sides, they will have access to the desk sooner, but at this point, I think that PE have probably learned, you know what, contesting for the center, not the greatest idea. We've got info, let's work with it.
Oh, that rare grenade that you don't really see in these matches anymore. That was a cheese strat from the side of PE Sports, holding it off for a moment like this and used in these early rounds is a big advantage. Gets that splash damage and the finisher is perfect, and 2 rounds in a row picked up by the team that's in the lead for our best of 3 with the first match worn out and now 2 rounds in this game number 2. PE Sports looking to make this one quick, and of course the cyber airdrop going to be dragging both teams down the middle a little fast in this 3rd round.
And an intelligent position to actually buy that nade, knowing that they didn't have armor at that time. Now it's a little different. Both sides do have armor. Some of them have rifles, others don't. But at the same time, it's about outside, inside, and AimGod the first to go down as Zeref finds him. Ray takes out Zeref in the meantime to get the trade, but they don't get to finish off AimGod. He should be able to get back on his feet, but Huang Shi unable to capitalize as Coach Shield takes him out with the mini Uzi. So low. Everybody's so low, but LBT finds AimGod and now is looking for one more as he plays the push and pull. We should expect the trade, and there we go. At the end, Russia able to gun all 3 of them, no problem, as they pinch them from both sides.
Oh, Russia with the one final hop up had a clue in terms of exactly where they were from the initial moments and responding perfectly, pulling 1 round back for the side of EVOS. That was a big play off of their sniper. But you see exactly why EVOS is struggling. Even their sniper has to step up on the front lines, or else the team seems to be a tad bit crumbly as of this point of time. EVOS going for a 2-2 split. Great placements of the super bonfires, but about to bump into 3 players on the side of PE Sports here.
Now, they've got a bit of a 2-2 split for the side of EVOS. PE, they've got a 3-1 so far, but there's no guarantee. The UAV comes out to reveal at least one position here. Not 100% sure whether the others are going to be revealed as well, but he's got a rough idea. The nade is going to go out, and now that he's seen at least the throwables while somebody's head was sticking out, he knows that there's 2 people there. Now, EVOS slowly going to encapsulate the space, trying to take control over mid. The time terminal had to come out just in time to save lives. 2 frontliners, LBT and Zeref, already down, as the rest of EVOS are going to start spilling on through into enemy territory.
C1 with the perfectly timed use of the plushie, but unfortunately that one backfired big time. But he's still alive and kicking. Aim got taken out of the equation. C1 still doing well, but backstabbed. Wrong timing here as Kochil shows up with a mini Uzi, leaving Wang Shi in a 1v2, potentially 1v3, if the members of EVOS, and they do, get to Rasia picking him up. But the play zone takes the sniper out of the equation. Wang Shi with a lifeline here, but up against an electrotherapy, he has to be careful. M82B in his hands. Maybe he might be able to clutch this out.
And that's his last glue wall. He's got nothing else at this point. He has that medkit, but he has no time to use it as they chase him down. Victory as they equalize the score 2-2 for the side of EVOS Divine. The frontliners here from PE, it's a lot harder to really close games out against EVOS, especially when you're this close to them right from the get-go.
EVOS definitely looking much more comfortable here on Solara. And PE Sports, you know these boys like to play when there's a little bit more open grounds. They love those angles, they love those range. But up in a CQC, all of a sudden, EVOS looking very dangerous. And that's what Solara forces you into. A lot of these close encounters where it's just going to be much more comfortable for the Indonesian side. AimGod and Ray trying to do exactly that right now, as they cut the distance between them and the PE Sports players, looking for the backstab. Zeref has managed to push on up fourth. This is the distraction. Rasia and Kochil. Zeref 2v1. Painted Refuge dropped, and the Mag 7 finding the connection even on the fall. Zeref with the connection, but Ray punishes as he stays out in the open a little bit too long.
Oh no, they gotta finish off the bodies, and now Ray forced to join into this engagement. Huang Shi takes out Kochil at the very least, and unfortunately for Ray, he's left all by himself to do the rest of the work. They even threw the cryo mine in there. LBT, he's gotta finish this off. They've already found one, and unfortunately for Russia, he goes down as LBT turns the corner, the time turner to save AimGod's life, but now in a 2v1 situation, one that it's unlikely. Wait a minute, he might actually pull this off. He's got a bit of a life advantage. No! He takes out LBT, but he finally goes down, chipped by the nade and slugged to the face. Let's look at the replay one more time.
God damn it, the guy had a M82B, the best gun in that situation, through the glue wall, gets a knock. But the PE Esports player is too smart for that, making sure they don't waste a lot of time. Understand they did have a little bit of a timing advantage. Went on in there for the push. But of course, Zaref initially with that very aggressive push could have almost pulled that off, but got sprayed down. Momentum slowed on the side of PE Esports, but not so much that they could not make that comeback. Brilliantly played by Vietnam. 3-2. They do have the advantage. They do have the lead. And AimGod with the push. And they try to aim at the neck of the strongest player for the side of PE Esports.
Yep, they're trying to fold that front line in half and ideally expose them to Russia. However, if Russia reveals himself, that means it's a full engagement from PE, as 3 UAVs have already been thrown out. 1 UAV for the side of EVOS. And Ray,
big mistake.
First person to go down. LBT has already opened things up with Wang Shi following up on AimGod soon after. Coachil takes 1 back, but Sichuan is able to take out Russia, leaving only 1 member left at 1/3 of his HP, stuck in a canister. They get gunned down. PE take round 6 and secure the cyber airdrop.
Yeah, the bigger the compound gets, the more comfortable PE Esports gets. They really like this range attack, but I have to say, this all started off with a CQC. Ray made 1 small mistake up against the front line of PE Esports, and he paid the big price. Now PE Esports winning big in multiple ways. They've got the advantage in terms of number of rounds. They also have 2 cyber points to their side, unlocking the cyber store quite a little bit, giving them access to the active skill cards, giving them access to the Energizer as well. And when you don't have a medkit, the Energizer definitely is a big plus.
Right. Glue walls already being deployed. PE is coming in with a little bit more economy here. They're coming in with roughly the same, well, actually, no, way better weapons and more glue walls compared to EVOS. And at this point, EVOS just have to make the best out of the situation. UAV lights being deployed on either side, and they know that the middle is contested. The backliners need to get involved right now as PE Esports are about to fold them in half. They retreat and give up the space, making it harder for PE Esports to get full value out of this Dimitri. And at this point, Wang Shi, he's about to flank around AimGod, and Russia is too busy to see. Oh, Wang Shi caught out with his pants down as AimGod takes him out with a headshot. And now he's looking for a secondary target. Sichuan should be going down, but LBT takes out AimGod just before time is up. Now Ray getting involved. The time turner is already out. They should be able to 2v1 this with no problems whatsoever. But Ray ends up going, and just before, thank goodness, AimGod able to connect.
The LBT, this guy is just so sick. He had the time turner, danced around it perfectly. But even without the time turner, man, this guy is quick on his feet. Not only did he manage to avoid the encounter with 2 players as 2 others were sniping him from afar, he actually managed to even get a knock. I mean, with a guy like that on the front line, you gotta wonder how come PE Esports hasn't finished this off just yet. But I think the combination of players on that front line for the side of PE Esports just needs to be strengthened up a little bit. LBT doesn't have the kind of backup that he's going to be requiring. And Zaref is splitting up from LBT, and I think that's going to be a big loss for the side of PE Esports. When Zaref and LBT are together, I think they are like a untouchable tank. AimGod now, just slightly tickled. That's not going to stop him at all, but it does slow down the progress.
Does find the drop at the very least. Has 1 extra throwable already. Is thinking about utilizing, but at this stage, it's really tough. Nobody is given much information, and controlling this much area is really outrageous. But EVOS, they're trying to push them into the line of sight of Russia. They've already set up the super bonfire as well as Zaref looks to cut them off. Ray needs to win this, and unfortunately doesn't find it. Zaref nearly getting another one, but unfortunately had dealt just enough damage, and Russia unable to support them any further. They lose their frontliners. And now, with no Russia, no support, it's up to Coachil and as well as Russia to pull this back, and Coachil unfortunately loses his head in the middle of that fight as LBT already on the chase against Russia, turning this 5-3.
You gotta say that was a brilliant play by Zaref. Solo! The man was solo, spotted out by 3 players. 1 out of the 3 could not do much because the angles just wasn't on his side. But in a 1v2, Zaref somehow he just hung on, all thanks to that extreme encounter, all thanks to the active skill that he played and the timing, because my goodness, without the extra shield on him, he would have been flattened. And of course the Mag 7 allowing him that advantage, followed up by Wang Shi and the Mag 10 from the far back. That was a beautiful connection, and PE Sports on series point to eliminate EVOS from the run here. One more round victory needed.
All right, they already know exactly where Rasha is going to be. And now, looking for an opportunity here, Sichuan. He hears the sounds from his back. He knows he's getting pushed. He has to reposition around the rest of the PE members. And Rasha, he now takes his spot. He has a bit of high ground to play with, but this time turner is not going to do that much. Even the electrotherapy is not enough when Zeref activates the skill card too late. Gets headshot by... Oh my goodness. Gets headshot by Rasha and a quick follow-up by the rest of the squad. GG, well played.
Oh my goodness is the right response, Gideon, because that was a blitz of a final round. Yeah, you guys pick it up. You definitely are going to be able to smash your way through the competition if you keep this one up. Of course, not the strongest opponent PE Sports has faced in their life, but that definitely looked very, very convincing off of the Vietnamese squad. Zeref again on fire. LBT, big playmaker. Not a lot on the eliminations, even in that previous game. But what he was doing in these games were just so essential with the time turner. And Zeref was just poking his way through every single battle with that Zane. The extreme encounter just allows you to be so annoying in these rounds, Gideon.
They really do. It really does. But it also goes to show that PE Sports are highly coordinated in all of their efforts, right?
Yes.
It feels like everything was sequenced really, really well. Oh, Zeref, you're going to go for the initial trade. If you get the first one, go for the second one. Huang Shi's got you covered in the back. We've got Sichuan looking at Rasha right now, and we'll do and you know, I'm LBT, I'm going to do the rest. It's generally how the plan seems to be going, and it feels like EVOS have to stop for a moment to figure out what the next step is compared to PE, who just let it trickle, let it flow.
And Wang Shi was, just get everybody from the side of PE Sports. They all played their roles very uniquely. This time with the Ignis, Wang Shi, and the placements of those flame mirages were very, very calculated, right? You could see that he was blocking out a lot of information from the side of PE Sports, from the side of EVOS, just not allowing to play the... Because if he does want to be aggressive, that literally means walking through blind through that fire just to get sprayed down by someone called Zeref behind that wall of fire, which was just super deadly. So the combination between Wang Shi and Zeref really worked out for the team. I was surprised that LBT and Zeref were not on the front lines together, because I think, mechanically both these players are very, very strong. Splitting up your firepower worked out against EVOS. Is it going to work out against the other teams? I don't know. I think PE Sports needs to fix that before the following series, because the next team, I don't think they're going to be as kind as EVOS with PE Sports.
Absolutely. Hopefully they're prepared for both of these teams, right? Both EVOS alongside with maybe AG. And I think it makes sense if you had a lot more time and preparation in towards AG, because they are currently at the top of their game. And if whatever they're doing something right, you might as well pick it up to get on that same level.
And with this game, I think Zeref has successfully managed to replace the player from the side of AG Global on that #1 spot for the total elimination ranking. So Zeref is the top predator as of this very moment. So when PE Sports takes on AG Global in a little bit, there's going to be a slugfest awaiting us all. But will just having one top contender, one top fragger from your side be enough for PE Sports to end the run of the current reigning defending world champions of Clash Squad? That we definitely need to wait and see. But as far as EVOS is concerned, I think PE Sports found this to be a fairly fairly easy challenge for them to overcome, because it really didn't seem like they were challenged all that too much.
Well, I think, the real challenge was the balancing act that Sichuan has to do, right? He knows that he has to, eventually he's going to get hit by the flank. He's played multiple rounds where this flank has been consistently gunning for him every single time. And the adjustments made by PE is really refining how does Sichuan fall back while still having full support of his team when those moments do occur. And Sichuan, he was just either A, landing shots, or B, just taking people out of the equation. But the few times we see that EVOS actually broke through that front line and folded the back line and the front line in half, that's when Sichuan had the most amount of problems.
Otto, Moko, Nikita on the passives, and you kind of see the rough, idea here behind C1 and his draft. He definitely wants to be the disruptor in there. With the Otto, with the Narrow, you have such a high capability of disrupting and making sure the movements as well as the information off of your opponents becomes a threat to their progress. He's got the Moko there as well. Not as effective in the current meta, since everybody has caught on to the Sensei Tick that even he himself is using. But with Nikita, once again, I have to say, super meta in the state of the game. Reducing that capability to heal yourself has been a gem of a passive to have in their hands. 8 eliminations for the MVP C1, 8 for Zareth as well. Once again, that makes him the top predator of the competition. Wang Shi with the 6. LBT, although you don't see very high eliminations on his side, this guy was a disruptor in its truest essence out there.
Making sure that it's difficult for EVOS to even make sure that they can cover multiple angles when one person is already doing so much work. But they thought that the problem was the fact that LBT was on Orion. That was a guaranteed time sink. This time, it's all LBT, just raw dogging it, making sure that he's able to, crisscross applesauce every single time. And EVOS's linear gameplay did eventually hurt them, right? Being able to break through the front line is great, but if your opponents allow you to and still are finding picks in the middle of that transitional push, that's when we see 6-3 score lines.
Also, a surprising change that was brought in here this time. Wang Shi and Zareth brought in the Rocky instead of forcing the Sensei Tick. Now that PE Esports knows that everybody's just going to be forcing the pick here on the Sensei Tick, they're also thinking, okay, how can we maximize our efficacy out there? The Rocky was on the Ignis and the Zane, which means more Flame Mirages, more extreme encounters, more disruptive and offensive capabilities from the side of PE Esports. They definitely thought this one well throughout the whole matchup. You can see even the KDAs are wildly mismatched. Only one team had good fun out there when it came to the overall engagements.
It's well thought. It's well thought through, because when you really start to think about it, especially if you're in EVOS's POV, it's just there's just so many things that you have to get through from PE Esports. Not only is it difficult to manage your glue walls overall, because PE generally just have a lot of the different ways to start disrupting it when it matters, rather than having to play the good old-fashioned way of I'm gonna poke you, you poke me. Eventually, if I poke you low enough, you'll use a glue wall.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, let's take a look at our brackets once again for a little bit of a refresher today. We have lost 2 teams. WAG and EVOS have been eliminated from the competition, and now we are left with the winners of the past 2 games we have shown you on your screens. AG Global, the current reigning defending world champions of Clash Squad, taking on PE Sports. Ones who have not managed to go all the way and to pull themselves a title at this level of Southeast Asia just yet. Could this be their time? Well, even if they do go through a massive challenge in AG, what still awaits them tomorrow is one of the 2 at the top bracket here. We've got Buriram and Falcons patiently watching all of this action.
Yep. They've been digesting all the information that they need, especially since AG is so conveniently in the lower bracket. Their journey is going to be so much longer. And at least for the side of PE Sports, if they want to make the epic historic run, they need to beat AG first to even try to have a contention against the rest of the Thai teams.
Yeah, I mean, that is most definitely true. AG versus PE. Some may say this is a straightforward game because AG definitely knows how to whoop and push everybody out there on the battlefield. Once again, if you look at PE Sports, you look at one very threatening player in the name of Zeref. And then you look at AG and then you start to think like, wait, where is the weak link on this squad? When you want to look at the top players, you look at Dew, you look at Cypher. Dew is not even the top fragger, but in terms of efficacy, in terms of his movements and positioning out there on the battlefield, it makes AG a tough nut to crack. This next matchup is going to be a hot one, Gideon.
It really is. PE have seen what AG is capable of. AG probably were just chilling around, seeing what PE was going to start whipping out. We'll see how much preparation AG has actually had, or are they just going to fall back to their casual, fundamental style, or does PE have to go that extra mile to make the difference?
Yeah, I mean, more than a few extra miles PE needs to traverse through in order to make a massive difference up against AG. If you look at the numbers, if you look at what the data tells us, AG should be able to crush PE Sports. But like how they were drafting on the fly, how they were responding, even with the picks on their passive and pets, I expect PE Sports to just on the fly find those adjustments. We're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, the battle between AG and PE.
First blood.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026, the biggest year in Free Fire esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm
Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026. More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set. It's time to find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
Two players to be able to... This is it! A
'Grab your shovels, because it's time to go treasure hunting! In the Lost Treasure event, you'll explore special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger,
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages, welcome back once again. You are watching the Free Fire Clash Masters Southeast Asia 2026 Spring, and we are finally at the semi-finals. 4 teams are left. 2 just went back today. 1 more needs to be eliminated for us to get to our top 3. To bring you all of the action from the day, my name is AJ. I'm the Mustache down here with my good friend Gideon Q. It looks like this day has been a round of 2-0s. Gideon, you think we're going to get another one?
Maybe. We might get another 2-0, but I think I'm more worried about the fact that we're going to be losing another team no matter what. It's been a brutal day, and 2 teams have already been eliminated. 1 more might follow suit, and arguably, it's going to be the toughest loss for either one of these teams because they were already winners of their previous bout. Coming into this one, if they lose it, that's a mental hit.
It's definitely a mental hit, but we definitely do have a lot of money on the table. This time around, the prize pool so much more delicious, regardless of where you land, because the last time we had it spread through quite a number of teams. This time, you only have got a total of 8 teams, and you get to split it out through the 8 teams. So if you get to 4th, it's still pretty decent in terms of the slice of the pie that you get to walk away with, but obviously everybody's aiming for that number 1 spot, right? I've seen some tournaments where the overall prize pool is just only 10K. This one, you get to the first spot, you're like triple of that already. Everybody wants to get to the number 1 spot. Not everybody is good enough, though. In the upper brackets, we have got 2 phenomenal monsters awaiting everyone. We thought one of those monsters will only be able to bite really heavy on Battle Royale, but looks like they're biting hard here in Clash Squad as well. Buriram United Esports, and they are with one of the most phenomenal Clash Squad teams that did not participate the last time round when we went into Clash Squad on the world stage. That's Falcons, awaiting the winners of this particular matchup as well between PE Esports and AG Global. My heart wants to say PE Esports, but the numbers are definitely screaming AG right now, Gideon.
Yeah, there's just a lot of good things going on with AG right now. Peak performance, they're coming off of a championship run from the Clash Squad last year, and they're now considered best in the world for good reason because they've got everything they need to be the best. And one of the few things is the adaptation on the fly and the deep work that they've studied on the meta itself really sets them apart, and it becomes very, very clear once these games start going.
Yeah, and you technically have from the top 5 predators of Clash Squad so far, 3 out of the top 5 are going to be playing here shortly. You've got your number 1 ranked player, which is Zaref from the side of PE Esports. And then you look at AG Global, you've got Cypher as well as Dew, who are placed in number 2 and number 5 in the terms of the overall eliminations. It's going to be a slugfest. But let's take a look at our predictions. Gideon, both of us have got our money on something here on this next matchup. Again, AG Global versus PE Esports. It's not going to be an easy fight for PE Esports, but we have no predictions.
Because our predictions were supposed to be given out right here, right now, because I will say that based on what we've seen so far, I would argue that this might just be a 2-1. 2-1 to AG.
My heart is saying 2-0. PE Esports is really good. I really like what Zaref can do out there. But I don't know if AG is looking to give anybody any face anymore. And I think the last time they got taken down by WAG, they want to make that the final loss for themselves, right? So for the first time in today, you're going 2-1, I'm going 2-0. I actually hope I'm wrong, because I do want to see a battle all the way into the third matchup here. Because even if one of these teams, one of these teams is going back, I would like to see this one being fought all the way through, because one thing's for sure, they are going to show us some perfection, some beauty, some phenomenal stuff off of their Clash Squad mastery in a bit.
Yep. I would like to see, the epic storyline of the final Vietnamese squad having to battle through Thai team after Thai team after Thai team to make it all the way to the grand finals. That would be the storyline to watch out for. But AG has proven time and time again that they are extremely prepared, and I'm banking on the fact that they are like, all right, we're done with revenge. We're done with losing to WAG specifically. We can chill out a little bit more. It's just PE Sports. And that's what they all say. It's just PE.
They all say it's just PE. I think PE needs to shut some mouths up. But you're right? In terms of the point that you bring up, it's absolutely true. It's just Thailand after Thailand after Thailand. You look at the top upper bracket, you are looking at Thailand in its face. Falcons and Buriram. You look at the lower bracket, you got another Thai team down there. AG Global. These Thai players are menacing. They've dominated the world of Free Fire for a long, long time. They've dominated not just Southeast Asia, but the global stage for quite a long time already. But within Southeast Asia, Thailand's always held the top spot. Nobody has been able to shake them off of that spot. Even when we saw the Free Fire Max Asia Invitational, it was yet another Thai team, and it wasn't even the best Thai team out of the region, right? So it's crazy what Thailand has to offer in the world of Free Fire, in the world of Clash Squad specifically for Free Fire. So if PE Esports is going to get a victory, even from that one game that you potentially threw into the prediction, it's going to be one where they have to dig deep. It's got to go down first of all to the drops. And this, once again, is the tough part. You got to steal away or at least ban out that Sentino. Usually, I don't care about the Sentino. Up against AG, everybody needs to care about that Sentino.
Yeah, a second problem that has been, rising up recently, specifically against AG, is when you go on Kalahari, you have to worry about the Morse. Is that something that you have to actively prepare for every single time? And considering that AG's one of their few strengths is their first shot accuracy coming in from Dew himself, it's kind of difficult to say, you know what, we're only going to ban either Santino or we're going to ban out Morse for that map specifically, because there's just so many problems to address.
Yeah, I agree with you in terms of what they can go out there and do. And we also have to look at the first blood counts, right? Because you look at AG, they've got Cypher, who usually opens up really strong on the front lines, currently sitting down on 22 first bloods. And on the opposing side, you look at Zaref, who's sitting down on 11, and the numbers are looking decent, but it's not strong enough. Obviously, AG is looking like the more aggressive one. Maybe that's something that PE Esports has to look out for as well in terms of the drafting phase, right? How well do they want to sustain against a player who usually does open very aggressive up against the other teams? Do they want to rush straight in and try to disable this play off of Cypher? Or do they want to hold back and try to play a slightly longer game? Because from what we've noticed in the previous matchup that PE Esports just ended, when the compound gets a little bigger, when the space is a little bit opened up and they don't have to get into these close quarters combat, they're a little bit more comfortable. And I think the map picks are going to go that way as well. But trying to do that up against EVOS made a lot of sense. Up against AG, on the other hand, you always will have Dew on the opposite end trying to snipe you down.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree because AG is one of the few teams that have double win conditions, right? If it's not going to be Dew, it's going to be Cypher on the other side. And now that they've got Team SR and Nameless as well, it just makes that like first condition even harder to deal with overall, especially depending on the type of support that they require, whether it's a 2-2 or a 3-1. But that's besides the point, right? I think that if they were to address anything, the typical answer would to be, let's deal with Dew first. But I think right now, their safest bet probably is to play away from Dew and really focus down on Cypher first. Turn it into those 3v1 situations. There's only so many times he can do it.
Yeah. And of course, AG Global is also menacing because they have got a man called Nameless. The one with no name will definitely take away a lot of your pride. This is a stacked lineup, and they've got Team SR as well. In just these 2 games, Team SR almost is catching up with Baros in terms of the overall eliminations, which makes Team SR such a dangerous player out there and a valuable substitution coming through for Baros, who in his own accord is a phenomenal player for the side of AG. They're definitely stacked when it comes to their lineup. We're looking at strong damage dealers and very capable, initial first blood pickers out there as well. And by the way, a little bit of a correction. First blood for the side of Xerath, it's not 11, it's 19. So I'm expecting at least that aggression to pay off big time here for Xerath. But he's going to need a little bit of backup here, potentially from Wang Shi a little bit more, because we also saw the split that LBT and Xerath has been doing out there. The split, of course, is from the lineup of LBT, Wang Shi, Xerath, C1. They have to play a little tighter against their opponents, AG.
Absolutely. I mean, they played against AG before, and they have to take a lot of the lessons that they learned from that into this upcoming game. A lot of it really boiled down to their previous matchup and the performance of Wang Shi, who was not able to provide that Overwatch support because he kept on getting first blooded, and even for Sichuan side, who tried to back him up, wasn't able to get the retrade. So at this point, AG, they're going to come in a lot more prepared, a lot more advantages, and a lot fresher in comparison to the warmed up PE who just played their best of 3.
So what's the drafts going to be like this time around for these players? We're going to look at the map order first of all, and it's PE Esports that has got the advantage here. If we go into that game number 3, they start things off by the Bermuda pick, and this is the comfort zone of PE Esports. The slightly bigger maps, and they also have got the ban and pick advantage off of this game. So they not only get to ban one, but they get to steal one of the powerful picks off of AG as well. And I hope Sentino is one of the initial 2 images that we see out here. PE Esports off of the Oscar ban instead. And they are going to be playing to their own strengths instead of banning away the All Gamers Global skills.
Yeah, I think that the Orion is probably the better bet for PE Esports, because at this point, they know that All Gamers Global, they're really good when they have access to either Zane or Cassie, Cassie. At this stage, giving them the Cassie might be, they've seen patterns before where All Gamers Global go opt for the Zane and give away the Cassie because it's a potential liability. But this time round, they're doubling up on that front line. They want to really make sure that if they find a breakthrough play, that they're going to capitalize on it fast.
And because All Gamers Global do not invest in that Sentino for Dew early, this will be a big punisher that PE Esports brings in as a response. I'm really liking the All Gamers Global pick right now with the Zane and Cassie, but I also have to say the Orion is a favorite of AG Global as well, usually played in the hands of Team SR and Nameless. So this will be a little bit of an adjustment for them, but the response play of Zane and Cassie just proves to us that All Gamers Global are very flexible with their picks. Now, they also drop that time turner capable Chrono into play as well. This one usually goes into the hands of Team SR, sometimes even used by Nameless. So this is a situation where you could actually see a wild mix-up between the players on the side of All Gamers Global, and they've got the capability of doing that.
Yeah, they're going with no reconnaissance. They're still probably going to go with their traditional mid-fight WAV, just to reaffirm positionings. But Santino on the other side could be the game changer here for PE Esports, right? I think the front line can do a decent amount of work. The real question is whether they can force Team SR to use the time turner early on in the round. If they can get that out of him, things are going to be a lot easier for PE Sports when they want to reaggress against Zayn and Cassie.
Yeah, no doubt at all. So you've got the Coda on the side of All Gamers Global. This is that informational play that PE Sports is letting go of. And you usually know the UAVs that are tossed out there as well. AG Global's very active on those UAV plays. PE Sports, yes, they are. But I'm really not liking the fact that they do not have the scanning capability. The clue was not banned out, but they chose to go the route of playing that Ignis and Steffi. Granted, these are definitely very active in the current Clash Squad meta for the Clash Masters. So this is a decent enough pick from the side of PE Sports. I'm definitely favoring All Gamers Global in terms of how flexible the game plan can be out there. You can play this one slow, you can play it fast, most definitely because of the advantage that you've got off of that Coda.
Yeah, but the pistol rounds, that's where it's scary, right? Here on Bermuda especially, you can get variations of all wide open areas, but plenty of compounds to play in, or it can get real close quarters very fast with one giant compound. Either way, these first couple of rounds coming in from PE, it's kind of be all or nothing. These are going to be the hardest rounds against them. The Ignis is the only benefit that they have other than Xerath, but more importantly, if Orion is caught out in the open against Zayn and Cassie, it's going to be a tough time.
And AG just setting it up for that airdrop there. Xerath gets caught out early. PE Sports going to lose their prime player, all thanks to Dew. The Punisher is onto LBT as well. Wang Shi with a trade back on the USP too. But this is not going to be for long as the Scythe now gets whipped out. Team SR trying to get the melee on the slice. Nameless follows up as Team SR gets that backup from Dew from up on top as well. And I have to say, the momentum was initially smashed as they lost Xerath. And that threw the team of PE Sports in a little bit of chaos right after.
Yeah, what a wild shot as well. But I love the build-up to this. It didn't feel like PE was like giving up straight away after they lost Xerath in the initial fight, right? They were taking advantage of the mannequin. Having two members from the side of AG watch that mannequin. As soon as that first shot comes out, Huang Shi is there to try and get some free chip damage. So it's not like PE is completely rolling over just yet. They do have a couple of tricks up their book. Question is whether they can maintain those tricks when AG are at full fighting force.
My.
Huang Shi, he's already down. Nameless found him.
Yeah, that's a big one for Nameless. Huang Shi's still alive and kicking, though. He can crawl down to get picked right back up. But Team SR is going to be punishing from up front. Xerath, once again, not very useful in this game. 2 rounds in a row. He has been punished early, leaving the rest of the PE players in a pickle. Wang Shi just got picked up, but he has got no medkit to recover. C2 down on the ground, leaving LBT now all alone. But that Orion and the Crimson Crush again is great for a little bit of a pickle. But the moment that expires of the Crimson Crush, you're going to be ganked upon, and AG Global doing exactly that with the timing.
Yep, really, it just boiled down to Nameless finding that first initial pick. Again, taking away that Overwatch, that extra layer of punishment, you know, that suppressing fire coming in from PE, denied straight away. And Thompson's purchases all across the board for PE, a cost-efficient way. They even get the armor. This is the make it or break it round, right? If they lose this, they're going to be very poor for the following round.
Yeah, tell me you're going all in without saying you're going all in. My goodness me. The Thompsons on the investment. PE Sports chucking everything that they've got in here for this round. They want that cyber point for sure. The rate of fire as well. But they're not super decent on the CQCs. Let's see if another gun gets to pull them that victory. Xerath again. The first player to go down early in these rounds. And that's not going to fare well for PE Sports at all. The heavy investment round comes crashing down either way.
Really difficult. LBT should be the one who's actually contesting for that inner space, right? They don't need Huang Shi to be the follow-up after. But AG now looking to close out the round real fast here as Cypher has already taken out the majority of the members and is now looking for the very last one on the second floor of this building. And unfortunately, Sichuan unable to outman 3 guns.
Oh, damn. Thanks for the Thompsons, says the team of AG Global. Maximum investment for the side of PE Sports, and all that basically did was give AG Global 3 guns. As a matter of fact, AG is going to be smiling to the bank because the next round they don't have to invest in much. They had 2 medkits which were unused in that previous round. That's a big victory. They got the cyber point. They got free guns. They got the med kits. What more can you ask for, man? AG Global just zooming past PE in this first game. But it's not over till it's over. Zeref on the flank. Gets tagged up here, but wants to focus on taking out Team SR first.
Yep. The addition of the Thompsons are already great because they wanted to snowball off of the MP5s, and so far the work is already good. Here with the ACs in hand, they're trying to play this long-range game, and unfortunately not going to be enough for Huang Shi. Once again, Overwatch shut down as Sichuan looking to try and punch that front line. Finally, Team SR goes down after all this time fighting. Huang Shi finally gets taken out, turning this into a 3v3.
As a decent execution on their intention there, taking Team SR out, but they had to sacrifice Huang Shi. The very same maneuver. This was not a big victory at all for PE Esports. They still cannot go rushing on out. Sci-Fi and Nameless just waiting for the opportunity. They've got the advantage, and position-wise, they are at a slight disadvantage because of where LBT is sitting. They do have the favorable spawn on this round at least.
That's why they're
AG Global.
They're waiting so patiently for it, right? You mentioned it perfectly because they just have that one member on that side, and as long as they're undetected, which is a little hard to say because it's nameless, and that's the electrotherapy, it forces out Sichuan to actually swing back out for once. LBT tries his best. He needs to win this 1v1. Unfortunately, Sci-Fi, he ends up going down, but they find the trade with the help of Nameless in the back, going for the revive to bait out this fight, and he's so close to winning it, switches weapons, and closes out the round. Very dangerously close for AG, down to the last man.
And this is why you see AG being so dangerous, because they're not playing to the tune of PE Sports. This was PE Sports compound. This was PE Sports side in the compound. They had the high ground. They had the capability of playing that space and that long-range engagement. What does AG do? Just stay behind cover. Nope. We want you to take the fight to us. We are not going to put ourselves in a sticky situation and allow you to take away our lives just like that. And that was brilliant. The circle forces PE out of their defenses, and AG Global gets to take advantage of that. Team SR now going to be pushing straight down the mid. There's a super bonfire down mid as well to boost him up. That is a very aggressive position that he holds on to. If at all PE gets to punish Team SR, this could be a big turn of events for PE.
Well, let's find out, because LBT is the first one to take the damage here.
What?
SR blindly fires into the smoke, and honestly pretty good as he's chunked out a majority of the members with the help of Nameless and Sci-Fi. Sci-Fi now going for Sichuan. The rotation from Zera gets punished as the smoke dissipates, and now they're looking for the second frontliner as Du backs him up, and they find another one in LBT, closing out the round hyper efficiently. This is why AG are the more experienced team. Smokes don't matter. They don't block these bullets.
Line them up and I'll knock them down, says Du. The combination of Sci-Fi, and you see the difference in approach from AG and PE. On the exact same compound, when we flipped sides, PE Sports did not play the timing. PE Sports wanted to take the fight up close and personal, and that was the wrong move. Why? Because PE is just not that great on those CQCs. They love playing the distance, but they keep putting themselves in a little bit of a pickle with their positioning, and AG Global is going to punish you round after round after round if you keep doing this. And now, beautiful smokes being laid out here. They want another cyber point for themselves. Team SR up on the front lines to claim it. Sci-Fi with the overextension to meet C1. Gets the first tag onto him. Nameless charging him up with the electrotherapy as well. And Sci-Fi dispatching himself right back up, accessing his opponent right behind the glue wall. But the time turner is there. They take each other down at the very same moment.
Worth it. But now they've already taken out Nameless, turning this into a 2v2. Oh, with M5s in hand.
Oh, what a nade.
It's a nade, but now Team SR, he needs to win this out. He needs to line up shots, and Zeref wins out the 1v1 and backs up his boy at the very end to close out the round. We see PE Sports finally taking one back. They contested so hard for this initial drop, and that's when LBT gets maximum value out of his frames.
Absolutely well played by PE Sports in this round. They did lose C1 initially. He was not on his best performance, but when Zeref is not the first blood, Zeref makes sure he claims lives out there. And I think AG has done so well in the initial first few rounds to punish Zeref early. And I don't know if that was accidental or absolutely intentional, but it was working out for them. But with Zverev alive and kicking a little bit longer, it's proving to be a problem for them. This time he splits off towards that left-hand side and a little slow to the engagements. LBT, on the other hand, going to be walking up together with that grenade. Nameless untouched by it. Electrotherapy still connected onto his buddy here as she looks for a reposition, avoiding those initial smokes.
Honestly, really smart from PE. They didn't bother checking for the wide flank, and they've already found one in Cypher as they control the center of this map, the key area. Crimson Crush already out, and we see that Zverev gets in the middle of that fight. With the information in a time turner, he's got a bubble to play with the M5 in hand. He might be able to get more shots if they find LBT. Cypher wants to go for the next. Zverev, unfortunately, backs away from that fight, goes back in, finally takes him out, and now the second flank has already pushed through onto the side. Dude can only do so much, and still connects the shot onto Zverev. Now working in a 3v1. Great crossfire setups here from the side of AG Global.
Zverev, again, very, very smooth and active. As long as he's not the first blood, it looks like PE Esports stands a decent chance. But he is the only one that they seem to be depending on in order to make something work up against AG Global, and that's just not going to cut it. We've already said AG has got many, many things that they can depend on in terms of players on their side. If it's not Dew getting the job done, they still can depend on Cypher. You've got Team SR, who's been absolutely lethal, and of course Nameless, who's at par with Dew when it comes to those eliminations. AG, so lethal, and unfortunately Zverev just could not make the difference for PE Esports this time.
Yeah, unfortunate. It's really difficult, right? If you're facing one member of AG, you're facing maybe 2 to 3 others at the same time, and I think that's what AG is really good at setting up these like angles that give a lot of access to line of sight if you're on one extreme end or the other. Their boundaries and their kill zones are extremely clear when you look at it from bird's eye view, which unfortunately PE Esports doesn't have access to.
And I think, again, whatever the side of PE Esports did earlier against EVOS cannot be the same strategy that they take up against AG. For example, we see the split between Zverev and LBT. I think that's a bad play up against AG. I see Zverev still on the Steffi. I think that's a horrible play up against AG, because if Zverev is the top fragger, I would love to throw the Orion onto Zverev. Just give him some extra viability out there on the battlefield. Right now, he's just got the Steffi. That Painted Refuge just doesn't get popped out on time. Even if it does, it's just not enough to give him that backup. You see him usually at the start of the round, straight away going in for the Painted Refuge. He brought the Rocky in this time round, expecting that to reduce the cooldown of his active skill. But he could barely survive long enough for that active skill to get refreshed. So the Rocky barely came in clutch in terms of usage this time for Zverev. It was a punishing play from the side of AG as they continued to aim down their barrels at Zverev.
Yeah, I think either they get the Tatsuya at this point, or maybe they just start switching over to A124. At least you have something with combat capabilities of locking down your opponent and turning it honest, which honestly, I think Zverev would probably need for these upcoming battles, because coming in with basically no util against somebody who actually has the util is very, very difficult to win. And we see that AG, they're very quick to respond. You see the flank, immediately you see a rearrangement of that front line to make sure that the formation matches and can support your sniper given the opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, on the opposite side, if you look at the plays here, they're just having fun, right? Cypher rocking it in here with the extreme encounter that Zayn was so tough to take down. He had the opportunity time and time again to, just pump down each and every single one of his opponents. And of course, Nameless, the guy that I did mention, was on par with Dew when it came to the eliminations. He is the MVP of this matchup, just pumping up these players with the electrotherapy. Had the beast in for those grenade tosses as well, and he was the designated backup player. At the end of the day, the Tiva Olivia is always going to be a massive combo when it comes to instantly picking up and also giving them a little bit of extra HP whenever your team members get down, and to make himself a little bit more lethal out there as well. He's got the Luna, and obviously the extra rate of fire has never failed him when he picks up a gun like the VSS or the Thompson. In this game, it was the Thompson. It was the right combination of passive skills for a player who wanted to play the SMG.
And more importantly so as a support player, right, as well. He wants to be in the middle of those fights. He wants to actually, if he has somebody who has a time turner ready to go, or he buys the active skill card himself, he can actually come in, medic drop on somebody and force them to fight, which is what Nameless did extremely well. It's like, hey, it's either you walk into this dome right now and take me on 1v1, or I'm going to have 2 guns against your 1.
Whew, look at the numbers, man. Dew and Cypher alone amounting up to 16 eliminations in this game. 4 out of Team SR, 5 out of Nameless, everybody chipping in. And then on the opposite side, you just see a very punished and defeated PE Esports who could barely put the numbers up on to the table this time round when they took on AG Global. C1 walking away with absolutely nothing. And Zeref with just 3 eliminations. Again, it was very punishing for Zeref in this game. I hope to see a massive revamp on the active skills that they bring into AG in this next matchup, or else it's going to be quite hopeless because, again, this was the map pick of PE Esports. This is where they're comfortable, and AG made them very uncomfortable.
They really did. And they nearly went with a full clean sweep if it wasn't for that one breakout round for PE Esports. It's something to think about coming into map number 2, because this should be map advantage over to AG at this point. And looking at the way that they play, right, it's like, yes, we could change the composition a little bit, but maybe taking away either the Cassie and the Zane is probably the better bet than risking rolling the dice with Orion and Oscar.
Let's take a look at the summary here. And oh, that's just a painful KDA to look at the side of PE Esports. All of them on the negative. And then AG Global Nameless sitting on a 21.0 KDA, followed by 17 off of Cypher, 18 for Dew, and 8.0 for Team SR. Not too shabby at all. And look at the headshot eliminations. And this is where it becomes so deadly. Team SR, 50% of his knockdowns came through those headshots. He may not have a lot of numbers, but the efficacy of the connection off of those shots makes him a very dangerous player up close and personal. And you can say the same for Cypher as well. Putting up the numbers, being very efficient with the damage that he deals out up against his opponents.
And it's not like Team SR is playing something like Clue, where it's like you press your active once and then you're going to get a whole bunch of assists if people happen to get into a fight, right? He needs to be in the middle of the sauce, in the middle of that war that AG is waging against PE. And I think at this point, if anything, the reconnaissance don't seem to matter as much, right? Maybe like the turnaround of maybe the quota at the very least might be the final play. But if they are on the draw, the 2 problems that they have to face is this. Either they decide upon whether or not they care about the Orion too much, or whether the Cassie Zane needs to be disrupted, right? Either if you're on first pick, probably not the best idea. Second pick is probably better when you're thinking about banning out the Cassie Oscar. But it really depends, the Cassie Zane, but it really depends whether or not Oscar or Orion is going to get contested by the opposing team on those bans.
Yeah, it's just a really weird draft, if you ask me, on the side of PE Esports when it comes to their passive plays, because you don't see the Tiva and Olivia on the side of PE Esports. They are going for broke. They have got no hope, based on what they're telling us through their drafts, of picking up their team members. They think that up against AG, once the player gets knocked, they're good as toast. I think that's absolutely wrong, especially when you're playing with little to no medkits out there. If you've got the Tiva and the Olivia, at least the player that gets picked up gets a second breath, right? He gets a second life, he gets a little bit of extra HP to work around with as well, and you get to maintain the numbers on your side. The pickups are instantaneous. You've got the chrono to work around as well. And of course, the player that plays the chrono is not the one that has the Tiva and Olivia, which means the chrono player is a little bit tankier, because when we looked at what Team SR was doing with the chrono, he had the Antonio, he had the Gangster Spirit, he had the Shiro on him, he had the J Beams. He really wanted to beef himself up to be the defender of the squad. Every single player on the side of AG is looking really strong and really efficient on the front lines. I think PE really needs to big time change or shake up their drafts, not just with the active skills, but also with what they bring in when it comes to their passives, Gideon.
Yep. I think the problem is that All Gamers Global are in constant motion, right? We saw how they punished the Cassie the last time when EVOS brought it around. If you're hiding in the corner, we're just going to nade you out. We can see that tether and we want to take advantage of it. But here it's a lot difficult. With Nameless so far back at times and taking off angle, like semi-off angles, it becomes a lot more difficult to close that space when you've already given it up to the enemy frontliners.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, this next one is going to be Nextera, and this is the advantage for AG Global, not only because this is their map pick, but also because this map allows you, though, a few extra equations where you get into some close quarters combat. And close quarters combat has not been great for PE Sports so far. It has been phenomenal for AG Global because AG gets to depend on Cypher. AG gets to depend on Nameless. And now Team SR on the front lines as well. PE Sports, on the other hand, has to heavy depend on Zaref, who happens to be the first blood all the time. But PE Sports, with the first ban and pick, they take Orion out and they're going to sneak that Zane to their side this time.
Okay, so rather than the gambit of Orion, we get the gambit of Orion Oscar rather than the Zane Cassie. We should expect All Gamers Global at this stage to really, again, be very confident in what they're going to be playing in, right? You've got Nextera in the bag at this point. You're going to get the Cassie for sure, but what are you going to pair it up with at this point?
Yeah, at this point, Dew also is going to be saying that, you know, if you really want to steal my Sentino, go right ahead, because we don't have to heavy depend on that Sentino as our winning condition. They've got the electrotherapy to combine this up with a great front line. There's no better than the Disruptor Nero himself. That plushie with the capability to stop you from erecting those glue walls with a little bit of damage that the zone gives you as well makes him a superior pick. And PE Sports will again sneak that Sentino away from the hands of Dew so that he doesn't get to punish them easily.
But do they want the Ignis alongside it? Or do they want to have reconnaissance? If not, they're going to be giving that over to AG. They already have a way to mess with glue walls. It'd be funny if they did have the Nero alongside with the Ignis, because then PE Sports could look for potential ways to punish getting a Tatsuya for themselves and try to outmaneuver.
Yeah, no doubt at all. This was a pick that you could see right through even before it came on because of how efficient the Ignis has been in many of these players' hands. So that was a good forecast. With the Flame Mirage, obviously PE Sports gets to dictate the pacing a little bit, but the Coda is going to disable their efforts once again. And All Gamers Global, even in the previous game, has focused on the game of information. That Coda with the Aurora Vision is a big advantage, especially now that you can't really mark your opponents for too long thanks to the Sensei Tick being in circulation of picks so much. They complete this by again pulling the Chrono to their side, and PE Sports is going to bet big for this Steffi to save them, again not focusing on the game of information and positional awareness in these matchups. I think that's going to hurt them a little bit in this next game.
It really is, because I think that All Gamers Global, now that they have access to Coda specifically and Chrono, which again says, you know what, sure, you can chip away at our life, but we got a Cassie, so we're fine with the chip damage. How are you going to deal with our glue walls with just an Ignis, right? Once he runs out of charges, that's when we can look to strike, or better yet, even if they make an attempt with Zane Ignis to blow them back as soon as possible, the Time Turner is basically impenetrable at this point unless they are right at their doorsteps.
So you've got a Ignis, Zane, Sentino, Steffi on the side of PE Sports, which can definitely play this. I don't know. I'm thinking that PE Sports is just playing to make sure All Gamers Global don't have their comfort picks on active skills, but it's really not the right way to draft up against AG, because AG is very flexible with their picks. And on the side of AG Global, they're just focusing on their own strengths. They know what that Nero can do, especially in the hands of a sharpshooter like Dew. With the positioning of that plushie being right, this could be a huge disrupting force. Coda in the hands of Cypher also allows them to have enough vision, and I'm expecting Cypher to bring in that Nikita as well, just so that he can play the role of ensuring the recovery from the side of PE Sports is not very heavy. Now that he's got that information and that capability to stop you from recovering a lot, he's probably going to be playing the role of that SMG player on the front lines. Powered up by that Cassie, Cypher is going to be deadly.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna agree with you here, but I feel like I want to see the Nikitas on the side of PE Sports more than ever right now. Because if there's one way, I mean, the Cassie will power through the reduction when she activates the electrotherapy, but at the very least, it's easier to pressure the players being buffed up by the electrotherapy, right? If you get it out early, you might find another opportunity to actually find an all-in.
Yeah, we did see a double Nikita being played on the side of PE Sports earlier on. If I'm not mistaken, that was in the hands of Situan and Huang Shi. Both these players barely got those eliminations, barely got those tags in. I think they were playing, they're pacing a tad bit off up against AG. And mind you, that was in a round where it was technically supposed to be their advantage. With AG now having a comfort pick of their own Nextera and having great mastery over this map, I think the odds are definitely stacked up against PE Sports. A 2-0 is not too far away, but PE Sports needs to dig deep somehow. And if possible, they first of all need to disable two main players. That's Dew and Cypher. Not just because they are great at pulling in those eliminations, but the Coda and the Nero. These two active skills are big problem, especially that Coda, which is just literally going to expose you, even if you position yourself well behind those walls.
Yes, if it folds out, if the events play out in that sequence, then absolutely. And I think that finding the scenario is going to be a lot harder here as we look at the top three highest first bloods here up on your screen, because Cypher is number one when it comes down to finding those initial picks. So even if the sequence does happen to be exactly how we mentioned it to be, Cypher might have already figured out or at least picked off one person, and ideally it's not Zeref, who's currently sitting at third with 19.
Yeah, thank you for the stats production. Zeref with the 19, Cypher with the 24. You know who's deadlier. And technically, Zeref was the recipient of the first blood multiple times in the previous game. So, yeah, this is a really rough one. If your first if your first blood player on your own side, who's usually reaping away the lives of your opponents, is the first one going down instead, now you're going to have a big problem in terms of your momentum going in round after round. That momentum was absolutely demolished by Dew and Cypher in the previous matchup. And Cypher obviously continuing his run in terms of maintaining the highest first blood in the competition. This is not going to be an easy one for PE Sports. As we drop away these stats, we just have to bring up the question, is PE Sports ready to shake things up? As far as the active skills are going, I still have got my questions, but I like the fact that they have got the Zane on their side this time round. At least Zeref gets to survive a little bit longer.
It also buys time for the rest of the team in case mistakes are made in the middle of the execution, right? If somehow Cypher is able to fold them in half, then we're going to see that Zane come really handy for denying those first picks from Cypher. And even from Dew's POV, right? When we looked at the numbers, just now, he isn't putting crazy like 6Ks, 5Ks back to back. It does show that PE is still able to contest to a certain degree, making sure that Dew isn't hitting all of his shots, right? We got to figure out what that's going to be. But first, we look at the top three weapons most used. The MP5 still in the first place with the VSS in second, but third being the USP2. These eco rounds, they've always got to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And the USP2 seems to be very effective in many of these players' hands. 152 times, mainly because of those eco rounds that are forced out there. But of course, the battle between the VSS and the MP5 is one that seems to be going to the way of the MP5 a little bit more. You can't deny the capability to upgrade the gun to get that into a level 3 makes the MP5 a very attractive gun. As these deeper rounds come through, even if your opponent brings through something like the M590 or even a Mag 7 up against a level 3 MP5, you are probably toast.
Yeah, it's been really tough. It's been really tough to manage the economy as the game keeps on getting updated in certain things, and honestly, good changes to make sure that these weapons get to have value, right? Because before this, everybody was leaning back onto the M5. M5s are depending on the players of even Trogons. Now, people can take full advantage of like, MP5 level 3s have always been like decently good. Now, even better. But now when you have access to the anvils, you can get there even faster. It's just one of the few ways that the game is taking advantage of the smaller things in the game.
Oh, yeah, of course. And, this is also going to go down to the passive skills that we have brought in here for both sides. I think this is a very big game changer. Again, Nameless was the only one that the Tifa combination. Luna as well, just to be a little bit dangerous whenever he runs G on his side. This time I do expect him to be bringing in the Tifa and Olivia as well. I think this time he's playing the electrotherapy on that Cassie, which means he's going to be that backup player in its truest essence, always behind, a player like either Cypher or Team SR, enabling them to be very aggressive. And one thing that I did notice about Cypher and Team SR is their love for that gangster spirit of Antonio. They love for the JB as well. So they are winning out big time in terms of the defense ability that these passive skills are giving them, just making them a little bit extra tank. And then you look at the axles that they're rocking in. You've got the Chrono and the Coda. You've got the tank with the vision and also the capability to stop all damage on your front line. Really solid.
Yeah, again, top to bottom, it's a very standardized comp that we saw a lot last year as well. But now with a few updates, and more importantly, so people kind of catching on to some of these combinations, that the draft has become has skewed towards other areas, especially when it comes down to like comfort picks, for an example. One of them, in this particular case, at least, the Orion alongside with the Oscar got banned out. But in other situations, it might just come down to like banning out the Chrono on top of banning out a Cassie, things like that. And it's just forever changing until we get more bans in the ban list, or at the very least more characters in Free Fire to take advantage of.
Yeah, absolutely. And if anything, I think PE Esports at this point of time, they can just drop that Moko on their side, because if you've got a full roster of Sensei on your opposing end, then perhaps you want to just put some of your passives elsewhere, right? You notice this AG is focusing on. Not every single on their side focuses on bringing the Moko anymore, because they acknowledge the fact that the Sensei Tig is going to be a little irritating. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're actually going to be taking a quick short break before proceeding in the next game. Don't go anywhere. We will be right in a little bit. But of course, if you do think of going anywhere, I suggest you think about it. Do grab some snacks, grab a drink. This next matchup is going to be a hot one.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026, the biggest year in Free Fire esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal, and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the CE region first. Get your squads ready, and of course there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026.
More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set. It's time to find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
Two players to be able to... This is it! A 12
Grab your shovels, because it's time to go treasure hunting! In the Lost Treasure event, you'll explore special excavation sites to uncover hidden rewards. Complete daily missions and matches to earn digging chances and challenge 6 sites to dig deeper. Each site gets bigger, tougher, and packed with more treasure just waiting to be found. When digging, you might uncover cool tools like the scanner, range cracker, rocket, and gold shovel. You can even help your friends dig their tiles with the gold shovel, and both of you will earn rewards. Your name will even appear on the tile you helped uncover. And don't forget to check the event's daily check-in. Just drop by every day to claim login rewards. And if you keep logging in for several days, a big prize will be waiting for you. In Battle Royale, you might find special treasure maps in major areas on the map. You can also buy them from vending machines. Picking up a treasure map starts a team-wide mission that marks a treasure spot on the mini-map. You can only hold a few treasure maps at a time, so make them count. Head to the marked spot to dig. Some are regular rewards that every teammate can claim after one of you uncovers the treasure. Others reveal a path to the hidden sunken chamber. Go down the tunnel to grab rare loot like the revival pod, which can revive a teammate from any tree. So keep your eyes sharp and your shovel ready.
Survivors, 2025 was historic. We saw legends rise and dynasties challenged. But history is in the past. It's time to look forward. Welcome to 2026, the biggest year in Free Fire esports ever. We are shattering the ceiling. The global stage is exploding exponentially. Starting in 2026, our global events are expanding from 18 to 24 teams. The competition is too fierce to keep limited. The Free Fire World Series journey is growing. Following Bangladesh's debut last year, 2026 will welcome challengers from the United States, Africa, Nepal,
and more regions yet to be revealed. Currently, the Free Fire World Series ecosystem reaches across Southeast Asia, including Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia, along with LATAM, Brazil, Middle East, and North Africa, the rest of Africa, the United States, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Nepal. It all leads to the ultimate showdown. Get ready for this November, when the world descends on Bangkok, Thailand for the massive Free Fire World Series Global Finals. After a strong start in 2025, it's time for a new chapter. 2026 debuts a brand new standalone Clash Squad tournament system. We're piloting this intense new format in the C region first. Get your squads ready, and of course there will be a lot of fun ahead. And finally, the ultimate stage calls for the ultimate game. We are proud to confirm Free Fire is heading to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We are officially part of the Esports World Cup 2026. More teams, new contenders, a new mode, and the World Cup. The roadmap is set. It's time to find your flame. We'll see you on the battlefield.
2 players to be able to... This is it! A Swab MD7!
Glad we caught you guys while we still did. We had a little bit of a tech pause here to fix up some of the issues, but the games are going to be starting real shortly. Welcome back, survivors. You're watching the Free Fire Clash Masters with me, Getting Q, as well as Mustachio AJ here in the desk for our final best of 3. For only one team can make it into the lower bracket finals, and the other will bow out and go home.
Unfortunately, we have to send yet another squad home that would make it 3 for the day. 2 were eliminated yesterday, 3 more today. That will leave us with the final 3 that will be battling tomorrow. You've got your upper bracket finals, lower bracket finals, and grand finals awaiting all of us. But of course, let's head on into the matchup now. The battle between AG Global and PE Sports. This is game number 2 into Nexterra. We now hop on into this is the map pick of AG Global, which means massive advantage to the team that is already leading 1-0, looking to make this 2-0 for a quick finish up.
They're already currently on match point here, so every single one of these round losses from PE is going to be tough, and they will meet each other very, very soon. Second floor already covered by the side of PE, as they are now aggressively looking forward to see what information that they can get as AG take a slower approach to take the second floor. They finally caught LBT with his pants down, but luckily he is with surviving 1 HP. They found the trade back, and they got another one with the help of Sichuan, and now they're running with the rest of the team down the ringer here. Oh no, he gets knocked out, and Sichuan is able to take out the rest. The strong pistol coming in from PE.
LBT with the prone just to survive that one, and the chaos just allowed C21 to overwhelm his opponents. This was a brilliant round by PE Sports, created accidentally by LBT, who was overzealous on the initial encounter, and the ace for C21 in the first round, getting all 4 players on the side of AG Global. That's a big one, because economy-wise, they get to go in with some investments for the second round, but they are on the rushing side this time. Let's see if or not it will go straight on in towards the compound of AG. It seems like that's exactly what they're doing, but it's the C21 position that I'm more interested in.
Yeah, let's see how they're going to play this out, because this is a bit of a force buy from AG. We got Deagle's micro Uzis, a rifle as well purchased. Sypha, especially in really heavily investing in the armor early on into this round compared to PE. Oh, and LBT, the first to go down with the help of Sypha, getting plenty of value from his armor so far as he continues the rampage here, closing out on the members of PE who have been down. Time Turner buys a little bit of time. Team SR ends up getting traded in the meantime as Saifa able to close out this round, but now he has to deal with Huang Shi first around the car, turns the corner with the help of the Cassie as well. They look to flank, pushing him deeper into the center. Dude takes out Sichuan, and now leaving with one last member. Huang Shi finally falls.
Yeah, fancy footwork off of Sichuan. He just wanted to place that mannequin well before getting a different position out there, backing up the rest of his team members. But LBT, thinking that he could pull that distraction once again, went in very aggressively towards the mid side of the map. Earlier on, he had C1 backing him up. This time, LBT had no backup whatsoever. So I'm not so sure what gave him the confidence to pull off the exact same maneuver, because earlier on, they lucked out with what C1 could do. But this time, without that backup, it's just a game of dominoes, knocking down one after the other as far as PE players were concerned. AG Global on this round number 3, going in for a mad rush. Saifa up top, looking for a couple of players off the Kingfisher.
And now they're looking to try and break down this glue wall as soon as possible, as their last member, Team SR, is looking to try and buy as much time as they can. And now that the flank is already complete, it's going to be a difficult 2v4 scenario here, as LBT ends up going down with the help of two shots. And now that they are pincered into the center, they have to make choices, and Nameless is finally in. Looks to get a trade back with the help of Du gets it. And finally, working on that last member, AG, tight on the connection.
Yeah, tight on the connection, better on the position, allowing Du to take position right behind the players of PE Sports, who went in for a bum rush, looking for the point, looking for the cyber point, which they did get for themselves, looking for the loot off of that cyber airdrop, which they did get for themselves, but that also allowed the timing for Du to find their backs, spray them down, put in that damage, and at the end, whatever loot that PE got off of that cyber airdrop was snuck away by AG, who ended up being the biggest winners of that round. Phenomenally played by Du.
Yep, really played well, and this was an important round for them to win for the side of AG. Yes, they didn't get the cyber drop, but now they're carrying over a lot of their weapons and armor from the previous round, and even finding a couple of upgrades themselves. VSSs all across the board with level 3 armor only on LBT and Sichuan. Everybody else at level 2. Oh, Zaref also at level 3 armor. Helmets all at level 2.
They've got the defenses. Do they have enough up against AG's tenacity? Zaref with the connection finds Team SR. What a glue wall by Team SR. Saves himself as Nameless finds C1 and will be able to put an end to him. A over-aggressive C1 loses his life, but only to be paid back by Huang Shi, who gets a double. Saifa could not be the disruptor in that situation. Now Zaref and LBT together, struck by Team SR from afar. The VSS fighting those perfect connections, but it's a 1v3. A massive effort needed for Team SR now to pull away a third round victory for AG.
And the MP5s have been adopted by PE Sports. Huge play coming in from Huang Shi, finding that double as they're blindly shooting through the smoke in hopes that they catch Team SR on the conveyor belt as he's looking for isolated picks. Zaref, LBT, checking every single corner here. One last corner to check as they slowly move forward, and finally they do see Team SR as they're looking to close out this round. They bum rush him, and PE bring it 2-2.
Yeah, great strategy from PE Sports, playing it the way I wanted to see them play this from the very start. This time they're sticking together. This time they're not splitting up the way they did earlier on. Granted, in the previous round that backfired big time as Du managed to flank around behind them. But this time you saw the strategy off of the boys here on the side of PE Sports, just making sure they had their backs watched as well. They were able to corner Team SR and bring us to a tie, 2-2 now. PE Sports not giving away this game as easy as AG expected.
Same layout, opposite sides this time. And AG immediately looking to control the top areas. Nameless, Du, all making sure that they are locking down their side. Team SR, the only one, as he's committed a lot of his economy to his weaponry, but not enough to get body armor, so he wants to be the last. And now Sichuan walks on up, and Zaref already finds Du's head. Saifa might be the next to fall here. Oh no, a failed jump once again. Sichuan, oh no, it was Sichuan who was still on top, thank goodness. Changing the angles here, Saifa gets taken down, and Zaref already cleaning up the house. They just need to deal with one last gondola on the opposite side, but how many members will it take?
This is a very interesting strategy by PE Esports that I love. They noticed that AG Global in the previous game was not using a lot of Mokos. There was only one Moko on the side of AG. So what PE Esports players have done this time around is switch out their Sensei Tig all for Rockies. We've got a triple stack Rocky on the side of PE Sports, and that only means they get to use their active skills more often. You gotta love that strategy off of PE Sports. They get to spam those skills a little bit more aggressively out there, and they've got a decent lead now as they finally move forward. This is what I mean. PE Sports striking back big time up against AG through the drafts, and it's not even the active skills that's doing the talking, it's the passive this time.
Yeah, the passives are putting in a lot of work because that means they can use their actives, especially with Rocky, use their actives super frequently, right? LBT opting to take a lower ground approach with Zaref controlling the bridge in the center. These zip lines have always been a problem, as Sichuan now having a clean angle blocks it off for himself. Fortunately, the Vortex doesn't completely cover the bottom side, but they have to smoke. Team SRN as well as LBT hiding literally neck and neck to each other as we see the first initiation coming in from Zev. Drops on the opposite side, isolates the fight even as Cypher wins out his one. Huang Shi takes out Du, and now all hell breaks loose down by the center. Nameless the next to fall here as Zev is able to catch him with the Thompson X. Looking for a second one, finds it in Team SR, and now Huang Shi very, very low, but Cypher even lower. Finally gets gunned down. Zaref breakthrough round.
Yeah, you gotta love it, man. Zaref just rocking it out there with the Zane, had the extreme encounter, buffed up with the defense, and not afraid to use his active skill because he's just one of those who's running that Rocky as well. The Pets winning it out big time for PE Sports, and a big win on the cyber points as well. 2 cyber points claimed on the side of PE Sports. They've got everything going their way right now. Cypher could just be the difference maker with that coda. He needs that information, but now as we head on into the place where gravity just does not exist, this is a big advantage for AG Global in those long-range encounters.
And now they're working them. 3-1 formation coming in from AG, a 2-2 for the side of PE Sports, and AG reaffirm the suspicion here with the second UAV wave to make sure that they are in this 2-2 position. Now repositioning, trying to make sure that the crossfires are heavily towards the western side. Cypher tries to hold Zaref back here, and he wants to maintain this lead. As long as they can't get up here, they have control. Huang Shi taking a good amount of damage, and Cypher now has to go for the all-in as he runs in, blindly firing in the smoke, literally missing the head, just inches away, and finally catches him at the very end. They still trade 2 for 2 though, and this is perfect for AG as they close out the round with the man advantage.
Insane plays, and those smokes almost saving PE Sports. Cypher with the aggression already had the coda, rough information on where to find them, and then the rest of it he just had to work off of his visuals. Unfortunately, that smoke just making it so difficult for him to nail down the PE Sports players, but not for long. West, who needs them? But no, we all need them, West, as the AG players stack around, looking for that equalizer as they trail by 1 round up against PE.
And Cypher taking a huge bonus here. Didn't have to really commit too much, but he already had the level 4 armor prior. He's just gonna max that bad boy out. Level 3 helmet as well. UAVs alongside with the coda scan to guarantee the information that they are looking for. They know exactly where this 2-2 formation is looking, and Cypher already in position to deny the high ground. The cryo mine is going to drop it. This should be a full initiation. LBT loses his head first as Zaref tries to outplay it with a quick jump. Time Turner buys him some time, but now with the rhythm already coming through, suddenly this turns the tides, and Cypher very carefully taking his time with this. Sichuan takes his head off. Huang Shi now with the Overwatch, finally not the first person to go down, can pepper his opponents. He needs Sichuan to land another shot here, and unfortunately the full revives come through for AG.
Oh, the full pickup comes through. AG Global, once again, that's exactly what makes the combination of Tiva Olivia so dangerous. Nameless back up on his feet first, and then that instant pickup to bring the rest of his team members back up was a effortless maneuver thanks to those passive skills. Leaving C21 all alone with the Winchester level 3. It's a bad gun to give away to your opponents, especially when they're AG. And you will pull that final shot as he takes them out. equalizing 4-4. AG Global making sure this is not an easy run for PE as they try to fight their way back in.
Oh yeah, this is starting to become quite the battle, right? PE with two cyber airdrops already secure. AG are willing to give this up to get 3 rounds, knowing the direction, or at the very least the movements from PE is going to be heavily centered around that drop in the first place, which is why they're able to find these back-to-back rounds no problem. Come back 4-4 so far as we move on to the 9th round in this game. We're once again going to see a contestation for that drop in AG, this time having an up and down support. Wait a minute, Nameless, Team SR taking a lot of ground here as Do and the rest of the boys have to make this work. Riptide Rhythm as well as the Flame Mirage coming out. Zeref gets his Trogon in time and is willing to actually fight it out by the smoke itself. Nobody can see each other and they're just guessing. One falls down and Cypher is able to secure Zeref as a kill, but LBT, the last one remaining, Do falls into the crosshairs of 2 as Sichuan backs up LBT, and now we're back at it again. A 3v3, close quarters, shoulder to shoulder.
The close quarters combat. Riptide Rhythm by the players on the side of PE Esports just to drop all of those defenses, and they find Nameless at the very same time. The rest of them barricaded behind those glue walls. Cypher pumps one right back down, but LBT with a Thompson response. It's a 2v1. Team SR, here his chrono has not recharged just yet, and out in the open, punished by C1 and the Winchester. This was that beautiful round that PE Esports proved that they are no chumps, and now on match point to extend the series into game number 3.
They might be able to bring it into it all the way through, right? They found so many of the cyber airdrops at this stage of the game. They found the round 9-1. They have plenty of economy, even if they do drop a game. Do drop a round. But so far, AG has been taking significant economical damage. They bonus for 2 rounds back to back. This is their last leg. If they don't find this round, PE will take map 2.
An AG pull is a little bit longer. Thompson X in the hands of LBT and C1. They need to pull it close, but C1 also with the sniper, keeping his eyes open. C1 missing that first opportunity. Team SR managing to jump away as that bullet whizzes past him. 3 cyber points for PE Esports. Every single game winning condition achieved by PE in this round. And I have to once again say it was the triple Rocky investment that allows them to be so aggressive with the active skills on the front line. Those refreshes a little bit faster than AG Global, giving them the advantage. And AG Global, on the other hand, with the Sensei Tigs, just shrugging off those markers, but PE Esports not even looking for those.
No, they're waiting for an overextension here. Zeref, he's in a lot of trouble unless it's costing them a lot of glue walls here for the side of AG, right? To make this rotation happen now, they're going to start clearing the paddy fields, making sure that it is ripe for a new harvest. And PE Esports, they play this really well. They're coming in with a decent amount of glue walls on their sides. However, AG has invested a lot into this. Now, finally averaging out 2 glue walls. 1 glue wall per person so far by AG, and they do not want to waste any more.
Yeah, Nameless runs out of glue walls and Certus C1. LBT, Wang Shi, Zeref all with 1 each on their side. Nameless down. 1 traded out as they lose Zeref on the front lines. AG has not really done the deed just yet, but taking out their best fighter could just be what it needs. LBT shut down. Wang Shi traded out. Team SR gets the final bullet as well to end the run for one of the PE players. And Team SR on a tear. Great response. Do does not get it. C1 saves the lives of PE Sports, pushing us into a game number 3.
Huge clutch for Sichuan there. You really thought that Do set the tone with his fall down shot through the canister, putting 1 member down at 1 HP. But you could see that everyone in PE, it just depended on whether they could land the shots, which is why they were so hyped about it on map number 2. But this does mean that we do get to see the full series.
This is a very interesting play coming through from the players on the side of PE Sports. This was not won just from straight gunfights. This was won from a drafting perspective when it comes to the active, passive skills, plus the pets that were brought into combination as well. PE Sports sure as hell waited for the craziest, toughest game to show up with this strategy. And I'm really, really loving it. I think they've dug deep in terms of what they could do with a draft, and they might have just perfected this before the other big teams.
Yep, I think they figured something out right now. And I think that AG unfortunately fell into that influence and into the kill zone unnecessarily towards the latter half of those rounds, which is something that I'm pretty sure Do is going to pick up on very, very quickly. But now this means that they're going to have to readjust the plan, right? Having the information is great, but having to use Coda and 2 UAVs at the same time isn't exactly the best use of their resources. Unfortunately for PE, they don't have quote-unquote counterplay. They wait for the UAV to come out, then they shoot it down, then they throw out their counter UAVs just to have some semblance of understanding of where the fights are going to be.
Yeah, absolutely. And mainly, the biggest focus there was to spam those active skills, which they were able to do quite a little bit. The only player that did not rock that Rocky was the Sentino player, C1, and he had a field day in the final 2 rounds, right? Getting in those clutch eliminations, coming in big time for those frags, and the victory for the side of PE Esports as well, keeping the team alive. And now we go into a game number 3. We are all equal. This is that death match between the two, AG Global and PE Esports. And AG Global looked really untouchable off of that first game. If the draft was not this creative off of the side of PE Esports, I don't think they would have been able to sneak away a victory. So this is a big victory nonetheless for the side of PE. But as we get into game number 3, will AG now be able to counter draft, especially when it comes to those pets? Because, they brought in 3 Sensei Tigs, but those Sensei Tigs were fairly ineffective because the players on the side of PE, they were not really planning on tagging them and keeping information on where they were.
Yep, they just wanted to find opportunities and really take full advantage of those opportunities. How they're going to find it, maybe it could be, a stroke of luck, but most of the time, it is just, a lot of movements across the map, a lot of, coercing AG into actually pushing certain angles, or at the very least, corralling them in one particular side of the map. And that is why we see that a lot of the time the PE are more than happy to actually take the fight against AG. Obviously, there are times where it became a little awkward, like this one by Gravlabs. They just couldn't get access to that high ground. The added advantage of taking a couple more bullets is always good, but a high to low will always be better.
Yeah, man. And, when you look at Team SR and the refresh on his time turner as well, it was shockingly quick, but unfortunately they were just not given enough time for Team SR to get back into motion in a couple of those rounds. And in the final round, it was all up to Dew, and he had some phenomenal shots as he came falling down, but Team SR did not have enough health on him to sustain that backup, and leaving Dew all alone in that situation just wasn't conducive. PE Esports, they get this phenomenal win. 11 eliminations off of 7 assists from C1 this time around. The only player who brought in the Sensei Tig as a pet. He was annoying enough out there on the battlefield. I didn't see the mannequin do a lot of fancy footwork and repositioning on the map overall. But in terms of the numbers that he gathered, 4 eliminations just on this final game, he was just absolutely pumped up to make sure the team doesn't go down.
I mean, you could tell, right, from the pistol round, the fact that he already found the ace single-handedly with the GA team already kind of set the tone that PE were not going to back down without a little bit of a fight. And I'm glad to see it. I'm glad to see it, but it all comes down to these game 3s, because we've seen teams take entire maps away from AG. The question is, how many of them close them out?
Yeah, of course. We have got the scoreboard to take a peek at as well. We got to see what the KDA looks like here for the players on the side of AG Global in a little bit. But in the meantime, when you look at the numbers overall, Sci-Fi and Dew didn't do all that too bad. But Team SR and Nameless coming up short on those eliminations definitely hurt the chances of AG Global making this a quick 2-0. On the other side, you look at PE Esports and you see effort all around. But this is a big red flag. Zaref is not able to play his usual game of eliminations and assists, which, can definitely really down the chances of PE Esports. So C1 waking up at the right right moment saved them big time in this game too.
He really did. He really did. Now a secondary win condition has kind of enabled PE Esports. It means that AG can't just put all their effort onto making sure that Zeref goes down first, right? They've got the Huangshi's number. However, when they're dealing with Zeref, 90% of the time, Huangshi is able to actually get his Overwatch, which, again, a big reason why this team actually finds a lot of success. When AG beat them handedly 6-2 in the previous map, is because Huangshi was getting picked off first.
And C1 with 11 eliminations right up top is not even the one with the highest KD average as LBT beats him. Yes, he slightly lower on the eliminations, but the assists were massive off of this guy, 4.0. But it's good to see that AG Global and their players, their stats, not too far away from the PE Esports players. This game that they lost was definitely a close one, but I want to highlight as well, Cypher and C1, look at their total elimination headshots, 5 and 4. Those are some big numbers there, as well as percentages when you look at the overall elimination.
They're just finding a lot of picks, and that's the crazy part, right? You would have imagined that both of these teams really need to slow down so that they don't give those picks over in the first place, because we've seen games where PE Esports, they find that pick instantly. It's going to be a fast map win. AG have done the same consistently against multiple global teams as well. So really, it's surprising to see that this was the response.
Yeah, and let's see if or not this is something that they can keep up for this next game, because again, this was no cheese strat. This was a brilliant strat off of PE Esports when it came to the drafts this time around. They knew exactly what sort of an edge that they needed out there to make sure that they can sustain the firepower up against AG Global. But they've now just given away a really big secret. There is a big possibility AG jumps onto this plan as well, because can you imagine AG with a decked out Rocky lineup on their side, just refreshing those insane active skills even quicker than they were refreshing initially? They would be walking Terminators. I don't want to go up against that. But again, it's just dependent on whether or not they want to play into the strategy of PE Esports.
I totally agree. And I think, a lot of it is just going to be boiled down to how do you influence these glue walls, whether you have Ignis or Nero, both have their goods and bads, right? And I think that right now, it feels like AG need the Ignis just a little bit more than they do need the Nero in this current position, in this current time. But then again, this very last map, who knows, they can whip out something interesting. We've seen them play strange things like Dimitri before. We've seen them play Kenta before. We've also seen them play Morse as well. All of which, had their time in the sun.
Yeah, not too much of time. So they didn't really get a good tan in the overall grand scheme of things. We gotta take a look at some of these game faces of these players as well to see exactly who's really in the zone. Okay, Deuce not in the zone. Deuce focused on something. But I think he really can't wait to get the victory off of this one. There's a potential that the players on the side of AG Global are a little perplexed as to how PE Esports just made this comeback up against them. And you look at the faces on the side of PE Esports, they are fired up. They're looking into each and every single nitty-gritty to see what sort of a extra edge they can have over their opponents. But a big extra edge that they have is the fact that they picked this next map, Solara.
And AG is going to be first on the ban pick. So that might change the strategy up a little bit for the side of PE, right? They're forced to answer the question, which is going to be a more difficult composition to deal with. Is it going to be the Zane Cassie combination, or are they going to, look elsewhere? The information gathering, the quota, basically useless on the side of AG if they're going it this early. But let's have a look at the draft. We'll find out once they start picking their agents.
Let's take a look at the drafts and see Cassie and Oscar off the board initially, as All Gamers Global gets the first band and pick without the electrotherapy in play for the side of PE Esports. And clearly this is not where All Gamers Global wants to go with this. There's a big potential of that Orion Zane coming on through, and Zane is going to be that first lock-in. But PE Esports is not going to allow them to go with that deadly combo. They will very quickly steal that Orion here for themselves. Is this a lock, or do they want to go cheese strats? They'll have to see in a few seconds.
I'm pretty sure it's going to be the lock-in here. Orion gets locked in. Now the question is whether they want access to either Ignis alongside Nero. It's really pick your poison at this point, and they go with the Nero. So they're going back to comfort picks for the side of PE.
And that's great and that's good because on these active skills, and these are the super meta picks that you can play in here for Clash Squad right now. So the disruptive capability of both Nero and Orion makes a very strong front line. Oh no. All Gamers Global. And this is something that we did not see in the first two games. The prioritization for that Sentinel pick, because Dew has been left on the back lines. They wanted to focus on the front lines a little bit more. And now they're starting to realize that, okay, you know what? Let's let the master sniper Dew play his footwork around that Sentinel. Not allowing PE Esports to run this is going to be a big game changer. The A124. Again, this is PE Esports playing this down to the T, because in the earlier matches, you barely saw a Joseph on the side of AG Global. They did not want to waste their time because the A124 has not been picked all that too often in the recent times. Whoever was the analyst for the side of PE Esports is really doing some big brain thinking here.
It's not a bad idea. And I think worst yet, All Gamers Global, once they lock in their final composition, they're going to have to double think about what their passives are going to be now that they're having to face off against the A124 is, looking to try and change the loadout up enough of a risk for AG to take it into consideration. They will be running the chrono, which is not bad because you will be able to, if you have the reaction time, you can respond to the A124 and get the time turner out before anything happens. Worst yet, I think that All Gamers Global, if they're going to play their game, it's going to be whether or not Dew finds these flanks.
Yeah, so the question is now, do you have enough time to swap out your passive skill? Because if you don't, you're going to be in trouble. Wang Shi's going to be messing around with your ability, especially when those rushes comes on through. And if Wang Shi does maintain the Rocky on his side as a pet, he's going to be able to bring out the thrill of battle a little bit more often, at least twice in these engagements. If you kind of drag it out, then Wang Shi's going to be very irritating. Without the Joseph on the side of All Gamers Global, I think it's going to be a very big challenge. And we did also see PE Esports kind of just focusing on that auto memory miss. I think that's going to be a big play here because, again, if there is no Joseph on the side of All Gamers Global, that auto plus that A124 is going to be the bane of their existence. AG might just get taken down if PE Esports executes this right.
Well, let's see whether or not it's going to be the execution that's going to make the difference here, or whether or not AG are actually have figured it out, right? Because this is one of the few times that we see not only Dew was VOD reviewing, but you could even see in the background that Nameless was also doing VOD reviews himself. He was trying to figure out how exactly he was getting, putting up low damages and where the angles were where he was getting picked off.
Yeah, and Dew with that Sentinel, we saw the magic. We saw the beauty of that first game up against WAG as to how Dew just maneuvered both the mannequin and his actual position so cleanly, so amazingly. That was the first time I have ever seen the Sentinel be maneuvered in such a manner, because the Sentinel just moves in one straight line. But this guy was just making good use of the swaps early to make sure he positioned the possibility of a gank. He was basically playing a rush of a 5v4 instead of this being just a traditional 4v4. And it's not possible unless you are Dew.
He just seems to be finding everything, right? Everything that he needs to do, he gets it done. And the question is whether or not they can get it done against PE Esports, because with such confidence and momentum that PE Esports have built off of game number 2, it's not going to be easy. And they were also minimizing his shots in game number 2 as well. Sorry, in match number 2 as well, right? And yeah. I think at this point, if PE Esports have any opportunity, it really boils down to whether they want to change their approach after the pistol round, whether they're going to force buy on the second round, or whether or not they need to keep on going for these cyber airdrops, because now it's becoming a more predictable pattern now that they've done it 2 maps in a row.
Yeah, and they have hyper-focused on these cyber airdrops, which definitely gave them a massive boost. You get to that cyber airdrop, and if you get to win out your round as well, you get to keep all of those goodies. You're probably going to find a level 3 gun in there. If you're lucky, you're going to definitely be able to hold on to that medkit as well. The prerequisite of that is, of course, winning out your round, or you could just even use that super med within that round itself, which is a big game changer, looking at the fact that those medkits don't come for free anymore. As we head on into this final battle, where a 2-1 scoreline is inevitable. The only question that's left is, does PE have enough within them for a reverse sweep in the series up against the current reigning, defending world champions of Clash squad?
Oh, it's going to be a tough one here. It is taking a little bit of time for us to get into this game. Hopefully, things are going to be cleaned up. We will clean it up on our own end here to see how things are going to go. But it looks like, the teams are still in pretty high spirits overall, especially for PE. It only looks like Huangxi, who's in the back, who seems to be the most stressed about the situation.
Yeah, absolutely. LBT is all smiles. But he better survive a little bit longer out there in a little bit, right? Because we have seen LBT at his best in the past. And we have also seen a very low fragging LBT. LBT in the current season is not as aggressive as we would like him to be for the side of PE Esports. But even if that is the case, they are still hanging on pretty well in the grand scheme of things, right? But of course, nothing like Cypher. But you do have the two top fraggers of the competition in play right now. Sci-Fi is your number 1 predator and Zeref is your number 2 predator. It's just that we have more super predators on the side of AG as opposed to PE Esports.
Yeah, and I think if they tighten their game up, they can get back into form. And I think that like the problems that they're facing right now in terms of how they lost a couple of those matches really just boil down to just either A, execution, or B, somebody got picked off first. Very simple problems that have simple solutions.
And just like that, in just these games, Team SR has overtaken Baros with the eliminations. How insane is that, man? Team SR got subbed in, and all of a sudden, he's the superstar. This just makes sense that, AG Global just kept him, for the more important part of the competition, allowing him to rest initially. You really gotta love that. Let's take a look at some highlights here from the MVPs to see if or not we can spot out some of these extra perfect moments off of them.
This is Nameless's moment here in game number 1. And it looks like it happened to be the pistol round where everybody's just going akimbo and absolutely just brawling out here.
The shoot button in the middle of the screen is definitely a interesting option for the layout. I have never seen that before. That might kind of like block your view, but it seems like he's most of the time using the one that's not static on the right-hand side. So yeah, some players definitely do prefer this sort of a play style. Just have never been able to keep up with this. But Nameless, in his very own perfection off of that Thompson, you see the capability of his maneuvers all around with the aggression that he takes up front in all of these rounds just be so beautiful. And C1 had his very own moments as well. And most of those eliminations just came through perfect positioning.
Yeah, I mean, the best part about looking at this coming in from the difference in terms of the, not only the layout of their UI, but I think more importantly, just the raw fundamentals coming out of the basics of, third person or even first person shooters. You want your crosshair to always be at the headshot, the headshot level, just so that you have less movement. And keep in mind, as much as people complain that it's already hard enough on a mouse and keyboard and there's a little bit of aim assist, the aim assist is not as good as you think it's going to be, especially in a game that requires precision.
Yeah, I mean, aim assist is not an advantage if everybody has aim assist. That means you get to get eliminated fairly quickly as well. So your response time becomes absolutely crucial. And that's what's so amazing to see. The mechanical capability of these players to execute those very quick maneuvers, especially with those flick headshots, it makes it so much more amazing to see exactly how efficient they are with them. When you look at the headshot kill percentages overall, you're looking at Cypher being very proficient at it, but this is where PE Esports has a little bit of an edge. You look at C1, you look at Zeref, their eliminations through headshot count is fairly higher compared to the players on the side of AG Global. And that could be one of the differences that we see as we head on into this next map at Solara.
They have to press the advantage. They have to use their numbers as a reflection of what they're capable of doing here on this very final map. We kick things off, close quarters straight away, an early cryo mine right into this LBT, somehow getting blasted from around the corner. And now the full fight here for AG works out in their favor. Time Turner, what are you going to do? Come in or go out?
What in the world was that split and the blitz play? PE Sports could barely breathe in that round. Wang Shi this time playing with an A124. Now I'm very curious if or not Wang Shi is going to bring through the Capella again in this game, because in that in the game 2, we saw Wang Shi do this very unique thing, which is bring Capella in as his passive skill, which is one of those, very few moments where I actually saw healing happening in these games. Those little green, numbers that come out. It was all thanks to him. But as we start off this next round, Cypher with one big mistake, and Zaref did have the Crimson Crush in activation, gets the double revolver shut down onto Nameless as well, and AG Global this time biting the dust early.
Over-eager here, over-eager coming in from Cypher. He had a good idea, right? He sees it as like, okay, he used the Crimson Crush, I should look to punish it. Turns the corner, ends up getting blasted by the end cannon, and then goes back invulnerable once again for Zaref. So from Zaref's POV, it's just another day in the office. A bit of a mistake coming in for Cypher for not finishing it off. Then again, he had all the information. He knew that Zaref was there. He knew he also had backup there because, the office has glass in it, so you could see right through.
Absolutely, man. So great rounds on Aquarium, one apiece as we head on into this next compound. At Archway, things get a little bit complicated, mainly because of that cyber drop, dragging both teams out into the open. Whoever who has got that assault rifle obviously will have a big advantage. Zaref Mac 10 on the drop. Cypher with a backstab. Mini Uzi does not get him the spray down as he takes on Zaref on that Mac 10. LBT with the Mag 7 advantage up against Team SR. But Nameless, the final player here. And PE Sports having the number to overwhelm.
And they're using their economical advantage, making sure that they were bought up for this round. But this, most importantly, it just comes down to the amount of damage here. If Cypher was able to kill Zaref here, I think that could have been the game changer, because the revive started coming through from PE as soon as that ended. So now, at least for AG's side, they're thinking, okay, we got multiple problems here. Sichuan is landing like an incredible amount of shots. Zaref is causing us like a lot of problems. He's already hit the 1K mark here on round number 4 with one cyber airdrop. At this stage, AG either need to take a lower approach or really need to double up on Cypher.
Yeah, with this cyber drop on the side of PE Sports, this is a decent advantage for them, getting in the initial tag. Oh, beautiful deep freeze. And they pop the Painted Refuge as well, all thanks to the Steffi. Responded by an amazing wall of fire, and that was going to be the decision maker, but the players on the side of PE Sports valiantly just running through their defenses. Zaref initially had the advantage off of the Crimson Crush, but that was just a distraction for LBT to bring the Mag 7 straight to their hearts. What a fantastic maneuver off of PE Sports.
Yep, really good ideas from PE. They understand, hey, we can actually beat them out with these slugs. We've been beating them out 2 rounds in a row with slugs in our hands. Let's bring these mags. As soon as we see that Chrono go for the time turner, we can start pushing his positions, because so far, AG have not been able to find those initial picks. And worse yet, they need to be the ones who actually need to absorb the hits from PE rather than dishing out their own hits.
Can PE Sports get this done? They have been phenomenal on the drafts for their active passive skills. They've done their homework. Once again, Painted Refuge, extra bit of defense. And nothing is going to touch them as of this point of time. They'll force off of the players of AG Global from that second floor of this platform with those ice grenades. Getting in a little bit of damage as well. A lot of advantage secured by PE Sports on that very first bout of interaction. But Dew is going to be deadly with his position here on that AWM. Misses the opportunity to shut down Wang Shi.
Extra, because of these winning rounds, they're now going for the full-on engage. Nameless in the middle of this fight, as we all see the Crimson Break comes out straight away. Cypher manages to find the 2 with the help of Team SR, but they're all down on their knees at this point. Luckily, Sichuan's able to get there just just in time. Wang Shi can cover them. Where is Du in all of this? His angle blocked off entirely, but Du finds Wang Shi, manages to get the A1 from Wang Shi out just in time.
Oh my.
And now they clean it up.
And that A124 popped as well. The thrill of battle, making sure Du got locked. So no switcheroo for you, Mr. Du. And PE Sports have got AG in a little bit of a corner here, about to punish them big time. We were talking about how AG is so good and so deadly, especially when the Sentino is held by Du. But that one prime pick, that A124 in the deadly hands of Wang Shi, is clearly the difference maker. 4-1, one cyber point. PE Sports 2 rounds away from kicking the world champions of Clash Squad out of Clash Masters.
Light UAVs have already been thrown. Contention for the center of the map, as we already see the Cyclone blocking off multiple different angles here. Du, exposed, quickly closes off the angle as Sichuan's now slowly making his way over. And Anna's basically everybody in the center is in the meat grinder. Sypha somehow still alive. Same goes for Team SR, as we see Sichuan jump right in to try and take out Nameless here, and unfortunately doesn't go the way that he thinks that he was gonna go. Team SR somehow manages to survive all of it as Wang Shi finally gets bowed out by Du. What a quick round here by AG.
Yes, Zaref on that Orion just could not sustain that battle long enough. C1 too far away from that equation. Wanted to toss in initially that plushie off of that narrow. C1 did well, but as he tried to give him that backup, I would say that was amazing footwork. He managed to get the distance, jumped over the glue wall, but landed right between two players of AG Global, making it easy for them to set up that crossfire and spray him down through all that chaos that smoke delivered. And now we move on into a compound where PE Sports usually is very comfortable. They still could go the way of the Vietnamese squad.
Yep. There's one more UAV light that you need to deal with. PE Sports has been exposed what their plan is going to be. And you can see the positioning here, right, from both sides. See that Sichuan? He's looking for where Du could potentially be. He spots somebody inside that house, but he's not 100% sure that's him. So he's waiting for those shots. He needs to deal with the front line now that he's exposed. And Sypha, he's got to keep Sichuan in the place, pressure him constantly.
Level 3 Scar, big play here. They have to deal with a plushie, and great time turner by Zaref just to save his skin here as he tries to back away. But no medkit on the side of PE Sports. This is going to be a tough one, and I don't see the Capella on their passives this time around. So they can't even recover on the fly. PE Sports now needs to play this safely with Wang Shi.
It looks like they didn't have enough money to set up some super bonfires by the center stage based on what we're seeing across the map. None of the intersections have it. And now AG, they're going to have to try their best as Zaref trying to hold on. He gets blocked off, unfortunately, and Sypha is able to slug him down. Looking for the second. He chains it together into the second. Looking for a third. Wang Shi, good shot. But Sypha is just that much faster with the help of the Zayn, making it so that is a one-man army as they find the triple last man LBT hiding in the corner, looking for an opportunity. Shoots a Du, but unfortunately just doesn't have the right weapon to close it out.
Yeah, Team SR steals away the ace potential from Sypha, who was on a roll this time round, just rocking it. Had the extreme encounter off of that Zayn, popped it right before he got into battle, and there was just massive confusion from the side of PE Sports. Who do they aim at? The one rushing down at them or the one backing him up? Unfortunately, they chose the wrong one to target, and Sypha just walked through a majority of the players of PE Sports on that 7th round. As we head on into round 8, it's the same compound, flipped sides. Let's see exactly how AG does with his advantage.
And look at this, they completely ignore the drop this time around. They have more than enough money to make this happen, and now Du getting blocked off. Quickly is able to get on, repositions with the Santino. UAV thrown to reaffirm the positions as they set up the battle lines here for the side of AG. They're looking for a right rotation around the eastern side, but PE puts up resistance to keep them in place, locking them in the compound.
It's all about the positioning here. Zaref has got a decent spot for himself, but he'll choose to back away as AG Global now just retreats into a defensive position. They know how crucial this round is. To fight it through, they need to reduce the numbers on the side of PE Esports, and they've taken great position here. Again, this is the kind of compound that PE Esports is very dangerous on, but they were punished by AG earlier on. And this time they just have to make sure that Cypher on that extreme encounter is not their bane of their existence. Cypher's purposely slowing down the pace here because he is on cooldown. But it's about time before it becomes activated, and now that extreme encounter is on the table.
Oh, Sichuan getting picked up so early on just before the boom was about to close, and now Cypher looking to close out the rest of them as well. Nameless. What a play. The whole team blitzes in at the very end here. The A124 unfortunately coming out just a little too late. The time turner blocking a majority of the ability, making sure that everybody else still had their actives and passives ready to go. We move on here by round number 9. Cyber airdrop contestable for both sides.
That round was all Cypher with the extreme encounter. He was the one calling the shots and calling the timing of that pounce. The moment the extreme encounter was refreshed, you saw that pop and you saw that rush, and the timing executed perfectly for the equalizer within that round 8. Now we're down 4-4. Each team having one cyber point each. This is that second cyber point that PE Esports has already set up perfectly with the smoke vortex as well. And now, with a simple push, PE Esports will secure the cyber point for themselves as they run through the AG players. 3, make that 4 shortly as Dew hides away from the rest of them, looking for a potential clutch in a 1v4. But he has got no zip lines to work off of. He just has to turn tails and run.
This is crazy. This is crazy. PE, that A124. Let's look at this one more time because they're holding that top area, and Team SR is like, I need to go out. Cypher, Nameless, do your thing. And they're like, okay. And then all of a sudden, the A1 comes crashing through. 2 members already silenced as they start breaking through everything else, including making sure that they cryo-minded to ensure that there wasn't any other way to close off the angle.
The Flame Mirage was supposed to scare away PE Esports. All that did was give PE Esports the element of surprise because AG Global was not expecting a bunch of Vietnamese players to come flying through the fire, striking down at them. But PE Esports was very quick on the decision making. They secured the cyber point, and that was all the goal was down the middle. They already had their comfort picks on those guns. They purchased their way through, and they just managed to run through the players of AG effortlessly. And now 3 cyber points. PE Esports, the surprising squad in here that has been able to effectively punish AG. Nameless about to be caught with his pants down, but Zaref just stopping a few seconds earlier, not taking advantage of his position.
Oh no, Sichuan shouldn't give up his position. He needs to still sit on the stairs to control the center, and Nameless ends up going down. Here's Team SR, finds one back. Sichuan finds a headshot onto Cypher, and now this opens everything up for AG. They could lose this right here, right now, as LBT is low. They're looking for a little bit more. Sichuan needs to land the shot, misses it, goes for the second, connects onto Dew's head, outguns him, outmans him, and with Team SR already gunned, this is PE Esports taking it 2-1 against the Clash Squad champs.
Against all odds, Vietnam, they make the breakthrough. Again, this was won out in the drafts. One of the only teams to outsmart all the players of AG Global through their active and passive skills. Won out by the pets as well. Clash Squad has definitely grown in the world of Free Fire. And you see brilliance through Vietnam played out right here through PE Esports. The odds were stacked against them. In the top 5 predators of the competition, 3 players on the side of AG Globals were in the top 5. Firepower-wise, AG Global had a clear victory up against PE Esports, who had to heavily depend on Zaref in a majority of their matches. But when the rest of them stepped it up, when they stepped it up overall in the active, passive, and pets department, AG Global has been proven that just those mechanical skills here in Clash Squad is not enough, Gideon.
Yep. The two big standout performances, Wang Shi, the fact that he was playing A124, he was also landing a majority of those A124s as well on multiple targets, which is always ideal. But Situan, oh my goodness, if there was a time to set himself apart to say, yes, I am a potential primo sniper player, that is a clip that you would show.
Yeah, absolutely. And in the previous game, you saw that AG Global players were not really running the Joseph, so they didn't have the silver spoon capability to shrug off these slows and to shrug off, any sort of disability. They just could run through their opponents. But when that A124 came on through, I think that was a big game changer. And I don't think Nameless and Dew had any sort of counter for that A124. So when they got locked down, they got locked down. That Sentino was useless. And that Flame Mirage, even without the A124, that Ignis was useless up against PE Esports. That Flame Mirage did not stop them. That Flame Mirage did not slow them down. It did not obscure their view. In fact, it turned out to be a little bit of a disadvantage for the team that played the Ignis. Those Flame Mirages helped PE Esports be so aggressive, but that's only because AG was not expecting such a pace out of this Vietnamese squad.
And that's the thing, right? Because I don't think AG was expecting to see two different sides of PE throughout one map. They thought that it was going to look like map number 1 or map number 2, where they saw two different sides of it, but they didn't expect the gradual gradient that we saw, the depth of color from PE. And I think that's the big issue here, right? Because PE, they're playing hyper aggressive, and when you see these hyper aggressive rounds, AG finds like these immaculate punishes at times. But afterwards is where it gets a little bit more difficult, right? With Orion on the side of PE, these first initial engagements don't really mean anything unless the few rounds where we saw that AG was able to actually get behind Xerath and wall him off so he had nowhere to run.
And LBT wasn't really looking for those eliminations. LBT was more focused on making sure the rest of his team members are safe within that little circumference of that painted refuge. Extra layer of defense and protection from those grenades definitely served up a lot of extra opportunities for the side of PE Esports. Wang Shi and LBT rocking the A124 and Steffi were also rocking the Rocky, making sure they have a reduced cooldown on their active skills. And of course, C1 walking in here with the Sensei take, making sure if the opponent has got the passive that he's carrying, that Moko is not going to be marked for all that too often. And you could see that his play was mainly to disrupt their opponent. C1, a prime sniper on the side of PE Sports. 13 assists in total. Again, with the Nikita, he was playing so many roles to disrupt, to make sure they cannot recover quickly enough. And if he gets those knocks in one of those moments, to make sure the Orthos memory miss plays enough disruption to allow the rest of the PE Sports to very quickly swarm on in and annihilate AG, and it worked out perfectly.
And I thought like a lot of these rounds were going to look a little bit more even, but I think we're going to see it in the scoreboard itself, because what I noticed is that from PE Sports, they were converting a lot of their leads into extra bits of utils, right? A vortex in the middle, the vortex in the middle of the map, making sure that they had for the side of AG, they were the ones who were actually looking to set up those super bonfires. PE opted not to go for it to get an extra UAV and an extra nade. So that's why every single start of the round, if it is one choke point that they are contesting over, they hailstorm nade spam it. So many deep freezers were used. Even glue wall melters were purchased at a certain point just to be able to save some resources on their side and converting all of that money into something so simple.
And the Cyber Drop store is so crucial at this stage of the competition. You need to aim for those cyber points. That has become a great vantage point, a great point where many teams have been able to turn the situation around because of the extra goodies that you do get access to, that you can make sure your opponents do not have access to. All you need to do is make sure those cyber points come your way. And that's what PE Esports did in the past two games. Essentially, reverse sweep AG Global in this series that they initially took the lead on. You gotta respect what PE Esports has managed to do here to the world champions of Clash Squad from last year. And looking at the KD averages, they sure as hell turned this game around.
Yeah, they made it so difficult for them, right? On average, they were pumping out more, but then I would say that that an interesting stat to look at would just be how long these rounds actually go between both of these players, both of these teams here at map number 3. Because there's so many times we see that AG stop in the middle of the fight to recuperate, and PE maintains their position, knowing that hey, they've got the blues on their backs. We have the center of the ring. We can take advantage of this. And there are 2 major times we saw AG caught in those spots, both of which they didn't have a really appropriate response, and they end up having to eat the A124.
Yeah, and also because they went in with the hyper focus on the Sensei ticks, they didn't bring in the Rocky. They were forced to wait for their active skills to come back online. We saw this through Cypher's play. As soon as that extreme encounter off of the Zane was available, that's when they activate their rush in. But they had to wait those extra moments, which of course PE Esports did not have to because of their brilliance of playing the Rocky as their pet. And that gives them the 2-1 victory over the world champions of Clash Squad from last year, and they move on into match number 9. Now they await the winners of the upper bracket final. This will be the lower bracket final showdown, an opportunity for PE Sports to make a miraculous lower bracket run.
This confirms that PE make it to the top 3 of Clash Squatters here in Southeast Asia, representing Vietnam. There's 2 Titans still left in Thailand, and BRU and Falcons, but that's only going to happen tomorrow. Speaking of which, what is happening tomorrow? Let's pull up that schedule and have a look.
And let's take a look at the schedule. So we've got Buriram up against Falcons for this game 1. That's going to be the upper bracket finals. And of course, for that game number 2, it'll be the lower bracket finals. The loser of the upper bracket final will meet PE Sports in an elimination matchup, which will determine which will be the second team to make it into the grand finals. That's going to be the final game. But the one big difference tomorrow is you guys had best of 3s all the way up till today. Tomorrow, all 3 series is gonna be a best of 5, baby. It's gonna be a long day, so we hope you get your snacks prepared in advance.
Yep, these teams, especially if you're coming in from the upper bracket, yes, you play less games, but tomorrow you're gonna play one big game, then take a really potentially long break before that grand finals here. So it's gonna be an exciting time to see whether BRU has what it takes to beat Falcons or the other way around, because no matter what, whoever loses face off against PE.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting one. PE Sports, Vietnam, now in the top 3. One of the things that you kind of hinted at being possible. Is it just going to be an all-out Thai battle where they have to overcome these Thai squads? Well, Vietnam, through PE Sports, just overcame the toughest hurdle. But technically speaking, you know, the other 2 teams are sitting in the upper bracket didn't really have much to say because they didn't focus on going all out in Clash Squad, didn't want to compete in there for the World Series. Now, when they do want a piece of the pie, they have managed to get into that upper bracket final. It's not going to be an easy journey for PE Sports. It just got a tad bit more crazier. And now, they've got a huge little, a target behind their backs because of how they played the draft up against AG Global. Once again, big brain drafts, and Buriram and Falcons definitely saw it. They are going to be cautious tomorrow.
They better be cautious here, because if anybody else is going to be dropping over to PE, the rest of Thailand is like, come on, one of these 3 teams should have done it at some point.
Yes, absolutely. And of course, you've got Buriram and Falcons. If AG is good with the mechanical skills, do we even need to start on what Buriram and Falcons can do up there, right? But, you know, Falcons have not been very proficient at Battle Royale for a little bit now. As far as Clash Squad is concerned, on the other hand, within Southeast Asia, Falcons have already proven how lethal they can be. But it's a brand new season, brand new meta. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we'll have to wait till tomorrow to see what breaks down. For now, Gideon and the Mustachio signing off. We'll catch you on the final day of Clash Masters.